System. अभी कर रहा है
लैपटॉप में आना है सही है कोई नहीं सही है दिक्कत क्या है
लैग कर रहा है थोड़ा हम लोग यहाँ कोई बात नहीं करेंगे
यहाँ कोई बात नहीं होगी
अब ये लाइव सर
What? पढ़ो वही कर लो नहीं कर रहे ये लो आप नहीं ये लो स्टार्ट start
Go ahead. Permission is already. It's fine. It's not working. It will. Was just fine. It will work.
इधर एक ले लो
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to each one of you. It is with immense joy and excitement that we welcome you to TEDxYouth SunbeamBhagwanpur 3.0. While we may be connected through screens today, we are united by something even stronger, ideas worth sharing. Whether you're a student, a teacher, a parent, alumni, or a curious mind tuning in from somewhere around the world, we are absolutely thrilled to have you here with us today. TEDxYouth SunbeamBhagwanpur has always been a celebration of ideas, voices, and visions that have the power to transform the way we think, the way we act, and the way we live. This year, we gather under a theme that speaks to all of us, redefining success. Because in today's world, success is not just cracking exams or landing jobs or collecting accolades. It is about resilience, kindness, courage, and the courage to follow your own path, even when it's not the most popular one. Today is not just a day of talks, it is a day of transformation. A day of listening to stories that inspire us and challenge our assumptions and discovering ideas that move us, inspire us, and maybe even change us. TEDx Youth gives young minds a platform to question, to explore, and to dream aloud. And today, you will be hearing from change makers, artists, thinkers, and dreamers who have all redefined success in their own extraordinary way. To all our attendees joining us via Zoom, thank you for being here and for making time to be part of something meaningful. You're not just part of the audience, you are part of the TEDx Youth community, and your presence adds immense value and energy to this event. Throughout the event, you will see the speaker view spotlighted during all talks and performances so you won't miss a moment. Please ensure your microphones remain muted to help maintain a smooth experience for everyone. If you would like to engage, we'd love to hear from you. Feel free to use Zoom reactions or share your thoughts and reflections in the chat box. The event will unfold over multiple sessions with short breaks in between to give you time to pause, process, and refresh. Throughout our event, we'll be hosting live Q&A sessions with the speakers where you will have the chance to ask questions and spark deeper conversations. And now, we begin our journey with grace and gratitude, with a performance that invokes wisdom, clarity, and new beginnings. Presenting a soulful Ganesh Vandana. Through movement and devotion, this dance seeks the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles and the harbinger of wisdom.
Maheshwara, Uttara Vignami
Wow, what a graceful and serene beginning to our day. Thank you so much, Radhika, for that graceful performance. Now, before we move ahead, I would like to take a moment to reflect on what makes this platform so unique. To set the tone for today's event, we bring you a short but powerful TED Ed video that explores the heart of TEDx, what it stands for, what it hopes to achieve, and how it brings ideas to life in communities across the world.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Well, welcome back to TEDxYouth SunbeamBhagwanpur. I hope now you have a more clear understanding of what TEDx exactly is, and they're excited to be part of this journey just as much as we are. It is not about the spotlight, it is about the spark. It is about people, students, artists, educators, change makers coming together to share ideas that matter, ideas that inspire us to think differently, act courageously, and connect more deeply. And that's exactly what today is about. So, as we move forward into a day full of insightful talks, heartfelt stories, and transformative perspectives, we invite you to not just listen, but to feel, to question, and to carry something with you long after the event is ended. And now, to officially launch this Day of Ideas, we are deeply honored to welcome our keynote speaker, someone who has spent her life not only pursuing success but redefining it for others. Mrs. Pratang Gupta, Assistant Director of Sunbeam Group of Educational Institutions, is a name that echoes deeply through the halls of Sunbeam. A part of this family since 2001, Ma'am has been a nurturer of minds and a beacon of compassion and wisdom. A gold medalist in Masters of Social Work and an expert in psychiatric social work from the prestigious National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, she has dedicated her life to the emotional well being of students and educators alike. Her workshops on stress management, conflict resolution, and student behavior have left an indelible mark on thousands of lives. Proof that success is not just about knowledge, it is about connection. An avid reader, a lifelong learner, and a passionate educator. Mrs. Pratama Gupta is someone who truly believes that education must speak not just to the head, but to the heart. It is our greatest pleasure to now invite her to light the flame of thought that will guide us through today's journey. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Mrs. Pratima Gupta.
Jai Hind everyone. So it's that time of the year again when the students of Sunbeam School Bhagwanpur take the leap of faith and walk into yet another edition of the TEDx and the late Sunbeam Bhagwanpur. The question, as always, whenever we are talking about themes or mulling upon what to do on the forum every year, is why do we do the things that we do? So last year when we did our edition, it was about breaking barriers and going beyond boundaries. And typical to the thinking of the young adult in today's times, what happened a year back seems somehow not contextual to the happenings of this year. So when they mulled upon the themes for the year, they came upon something like success, then there was achievements, then there was triumphs, and then, as usual, with the typicality of the impetuousness of youth, they said, are there only one or two definitions of success? What if we redefine the conventional norms that uphold certain parameters for success? And voila, therein emerged the theme for this edition of TEDx. When we say redefining success, what we mean is venturing beyond the conventions. And if the conventions talk about certain specific professions, if the conventions add up to 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 and so on and so forth, still you see the young adult turning into a harried professional working at a 9 to 5 timeline, waiting for the eternal, thank God it's Friday. No. It doesn't cut ice with us. What they want is redefine success on our terms, which means perhaps flexi working hours, which means perhaps a nail art salon, which means perhaps a sushi joint, which means perhaps a back to roots kind of a startup that is honoring nothing but agricultural produce fresh from the farm. There are so many dimensions when you just add the word redefine to what is defined as the conventional normative success. We have 10 wonderful stories this year. We have 10 impressions upon which we will build our takeaways. What I want to tell everyone is that, as always, it is so easy to follow the herd. It is so easy to let yourself be swept away by the tide and say, go with the flow. But we all know that success, in the truest sense, comes to those who do not go with the flow, but who swim against the tide and ford the river at its deepest. So here are 10 more ways of living life beyond the box, out of the box. Here are 10 more ways to break glass ceilings and be quintessentially you. This is what we celebrate this year in our edition of TEDxYouth Bhagwanpur. Here's hoping and raising a toast to the unconventional, the defiant, the radical in you. Let's live.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your deeply grounding words. Your insights have not only opened our minds, but also our hearts. Before we dive into our first talk, I would like to take a moment to hear from two people who have been the visionaries of this very platform of expression and excellence at Sunbeam. We now invite you to hear from the chairman of Sunbeam Group of Educational Institutions, Mr. Deepak Madhok sir, and our vice chairperson, Mrs. Bharati Madhok ma'am. Two individuals whose guidance continue to inspire us to question boldly, think freely, and lead with purpose. Let's hear their message.
Jai Hind to all the Sunbeams of Sunbeam School Bhagwanpur who are hosting this wonderful Youth TEDx conference. I know with your hard work, with your focus, and with your strengths, you will be able to make a wonderful show. And above all, you will be learning something new on this topic of redefining success. What is success? Let's do a detailed research on how people are successful. Is it just hard work? Is it just motivation? Is it just learning from your friends? I think it's all together, all these things joined together. And when Sunbeam does a research in these things, and when we have a TEDx Youth at Sunbeam Bhagwanpur, I'm sure a lot of new learning points are going to pop up. Let me congratulate the Student Council and all my Sunbeams of Sunbeam School Bhagwanpur for this wonderful initiative. I hope and I pray it's going to teach us so many new things. With that, wishing you all the best. Congratulations and Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, everyone. I wish the team of TEDx Youth all the very best. My students have been doing TEDx from last so many years. And with dialogue, discovery, and deep thought, I can see a lot of maturity in the children. This year's theme is redefining success. And I'm sure the kind of speakers, the lineup of the speakers is so overwhelming that I'm very confident that my students and everyone who is listening to these talks will be enriched with the experience of different people. I wish TEDx team and all the mentors, all the teachers who have guided them, and especially people who are doing backstage work. They have done a tremendous job, and I wish this program a big, big success. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for your inspiring words. Your unwavering belief in student leadership and the power of ideas gives all of us the courage to keep imagining more, doing more, and being more.
As we step into the heart of TEDx Youth at Sunbeam Bhagwanpur 2025, it's time to hear from the visionaries who are not just dreaming of change, they are building it. Our journey of redefining success begins with a story stitched together by sustainability, creativity, and bold innovation. Our first speaker is a designer who doesn't just follow trends, he sets them with purpose. An alumnus of NIFT, NID, and IIM Indore. He's a sustainability expert and circular fashion innovator who's reimagining the textile industry. Please welcome Mr. Padmaraj Keshri.
Jai Hind, everyone. There's a video.
Yes, sir.
Jai Hind, everyone. Good morning. Uh, the topic I chose for talking on this forum is designing the future and why design education is a superpower for tomorrow's youth. Okay. To start with, I'd like to talk about a small story from when I was too young as a kid, maybe as a toddler. I I really realized that how bags are designed, and I designed my bag with multifunctional pockets, and I got a lot of appreciation, and it was quite a motivation that how design can be taught and how utility can be utilized in the creating a better product. Okay. Later, when I was at Sunbeam, I got an opportunity to study fashion at a very early stage to start shaping my career. And I would like to thank my mentors Vanna ma'am and Ruchi ma'am, who supported all the possible way to build my future. And we had one day a great discussion about how design can shape and how future of fashion will be there. And something changed in me that day. And I realized I could save the world around me and in design. I went to NEFT study design, study fashion, showcase my collection at multiple fashion week. I showcase at Lakme Fashion Week, Will's Lifestyle India Fashion Week, Blenders Fashion Tour, and couple of shows in Bangladesh, Dhaka, and Hong Kong. With all that, I went to NID. When I went to NID, I learned a lot of empathy, respect for the artisan, respect for the people who are working behind the scene, and that changed my life. And there it came the time of COVID, when everything went digital, when everything went non-tactile, and then I learned a lot on digital transformation. And then future of fashion was digitally transformed. Future of design was restructured, rethinking how it can be digitally transformed. So that's where my journey of moving from tactile to non-tactile to digital. Okay, I'd like to share you my D factor, which started with Sunbeam, with duty, devotion, discipline, which later become a dream to get into a career of design, and then moving into denim with data, and now into due diligence. So that's how I restructure my D factor, starting my career from Sunbeam. Moving towards next, that why design education is superpower for tomorrow's youth. When most people talk about the word design, they think it's all about aesthetics, it's all about fashion, it's all about logos, it's all about fancy furniture, or designing more than aesthetics. But it's also about solving problem. It's about asking how can this be better for human, how can this be better for nature, or how can we create meaningful systems around it. Okay, whether you're designing a product, a policy, or a planet positive lifestyle, you are designing for the future. And that's where the key message goes for the tomorrow, and for the youth, that how they can reconsider or rethink about design as a career, or design as an education. So when you talk about design education, we are talking about how design, how design thinking and how design education is just about making things better for a better future, and then how think differently. Okay, so I remember when I was studying at Sunbeam, I used to create a lot of things which was apart from my curricular, apart from my studies, and then it used to be very helpful for a lot of people, whether participating at any of the event at COFAS, or any of the event at um, nearby or outside Sunbeam, and we got a lot of awards, a lot of things. And that's where I worked on empathy, system thinking, experimentation, and innovation. And these skills were more crucial than anything in the coming world to handle climate crisis, or disruption in AI, or digital overload. So that's where we consider that how a design education can really shape the things for future. Now, second topic that I'll be talking about, why the world need young designer. Why the world need young designers? About 50% of the workforce will need reskilling, and who better will lead the change is a young youth. And these young people are thinking differently. They are very much connected to what they need, curious, creative, and compensate. So when we talk about design empower, when we see youth to see possibilities, there are a lot of opportunity, and there are a lot of prototype solution. It's not about all about what is broken and how it can be created. It's also about how it is structured, whether it's creating sustainable fashion, inclusive tech, or rethinking urban spaces. Young designers are architect for our future. So that's where we are talking about them, and taking support for what is required to be considered for. Now, talking about the superpower that one can gain through design education. So it's all about thinking of empathy, collaboration, future as a fuel. Then we talk about systematic vision. Then we talk about who are the change maker. So these are some of the things that we should be talking and considering while we are considering the design as a career. Then to talk about empathy, one should learn to talk in someone else's shoes before you build for them. So like how you create a product, but understanding that product with the understanding of the user, how the user is looking at the product, how the product is getting created for them, whether you talk about aesthetics, whether you talk about the structure around them, ecosystem around them, we have to work with them. Also, we need to talk about how this can be reconsidered and reworked for the people who are making this product. A lot of time what happen, we don't acknowledge them who are behind the scene on how they are making it and how it can be created for them. So we need to be empathetic for everyone around the design ecosystem, whether the maker or the creator or the user. They talk about collaboration. Okay, as you know, 2030 is the time where everything is going on collaboration mode, where we talk about it's not about one user contribution or one person contribution. It's all about how everyone is collaborating together and creating a product or creating things or thinking for a better society or better future by collaborating with each other and making things more better for everyone. So that's one of the key on the collaboration. And we also have UN SDGs, where we talk about collaboration for future or collaboration for everyone, that how we can collaborate and make things happen for the better. Then we're talking about future failure as a fuel for the future. When you talk about failure as a fuel, we talk about being fail is not something stopping you or it's the end. It's also about it's a data that you have failed and why you have failed. It's something that you have to reconsider, and using that data to make something more better and futuristic is something that we should be looking for. Then we talk about systematic vision. As you know that everything is moving around with the system design approach. When you talk about system design approach, you just don't fix the tap, you redesign the plumbing. It's all about how you work in a systematic way, making a system design approach to help with project management point of view, that how the project is taken and how systematically it is moving from one step to another step to the another step, and you're building upon it. Currently, the system design is working on not one product, it's evolving. So systematic vision is evolving with a better version of it every time you create something more meaningful for the people around you. Then I talked about agency. Most importantly, design that teaches you the world is not fixed. It's designed and it can be redesigned. So again, I talk about that how the agent of force or how change makers are consistently working it to make it a better one. And that's where we should be thinking about that. The approach for future is not about that you build something for a long term, you create something for a shorter period of time, and then we work on it to make it a better, and the evolving requirement or evolving things around it helps it to make it a better product or better services that you provide to your end user and end customer. And these five of the point that I mentioned about empathy, collaboration, failure as fuel, systematic vision approach, or change maker agencies, these are not just skills. These are the superpower in a world that desperately need new thinking. And this new thinking start from when we talk about design thinking, critical thinking, or creative thinking. This amalgamation of all these three can help you create something for a better future. I'd like to talk about here with a real world example, which I've been practicing as a, what I say, change maker. And I have an initiative called Project Redenim. And Project Redenim started with an approach that we have a population who is wearing almost 6 billion pair of jeans. And these 6 billion pair of jeans are asked every year. Everybody need at least 2 to 3 pair of jeans. And we have such a huge population across the globe that everyone need at least 2 to 3 pair of jeans every year. And we talk about 6 billion pair of jeans, we cannot grow so much of cotton. When we don't grow so much of cotton, what we do? We either contaminate or create a blend with the polyester. When we blend with polyester, it takes 200 years to go back to nature. And by the time this TED Talk will get over, we will be disposing or sending at least 2 trucks full of denim back to the landfill. So it was a huge waste which is going to the landfill, and it was something that is required to be taught. Then I collaborated while I was at an ID in Ahmedabad with few of the denim mills, where we took the waste of denim, we recreated more meaningful product, more artisanal product, and accepted by a lot of user. Close to 75 metric tons of waste was retaught. We rethink about the usability, we recreated the product, and these products were really more meaningful with the purpose, with the storytelling, with the impact. When these products were gone back to the customer, it was highly appreciated in a way that we are reconsidering the waste. And these products were daily uses product, starting from home furnishing, starting from fashion product, denim jackets, and it was everywhere. So need to reconsidering here that how it all started. You know, like a pair of jeans that you wear, it takes 500 grams of chemicals to make it dyed, or the kind of washes that you see. Imagine how much chemical is coming up. When you talk about the GHG emission, close to 1.5% of GHG emission is coming only from the denim or denim industry. When you talk about the land required for cotton cultivation for one pair of jeans, it was almost 10 square meter of land, and we don't have so much of land. The priority is for urbanization or urban living. So the lands for agriculture is not going only for cotton cultivation. It's also about food safety and agriculture for the food. So where is this denim coming from? These are coming from chemicals, which are polyesters or anything which is not eco-friendly, or which is not going back to the nature. So a lot was required to be done. And trust me, we had such a overwhelming approach here that more than 10,000 people from different institute across India got trained on denim and upcycling and recycling of these waste denim. And it was a great success. And also presented to a couple of fashion shows where these collections were showcased, and people started taking this into day-to-day life, and they also started upcycling product at their home. So that initiative was there as a real world example to share here. Now, talking about design as interdisciplinary, as you know that uh, it's nothing that which is just to one collaboration, or without collaboration that you make something at your own. It's also about the future won't be built by designer alone. It will be a collaboration of doctors who will think like designer, by engineers who empathize like an artist, by policymaker who can prototype solution like creators. And design education will not just for design school, it will also be for school at elementary level, will be courses for business schools, engineering college, and rural classroom and urban slum. So how the interdisciplinary approach will really help design to be integrated in everyone is something that is all based on interdisciplinary approach of understanding design and using it into a day-to-day life. When you talk about the moment that we teach a young person to design, we are not just giving them a skill, we are giving them belief, the belief that they can change things. While we see student at a school level, they take out sketches, they make diagrams in biologies, or they make sketches in physics or chemistry. This is all where it started, like how it can be retaught, how it is just not a diagram, how it can be more creative, how it can be more meaningful, how it can be more approachable, and then where we collaborate as an interdisciplinary design approach. Now, my last topic here for today's is about call to action. So what is that? Something that we should be looking for. So if you're a student, take that sketchbook seriously. It might contain next breakthrough. If you're a teacher, champion creativity alongside curriculum. I know while I was studying at Sunbeam, I had a lot of interaction, a lot of interactive session when I had my faculties talking about a lot of things other than just not being the subject, which was helping us to understand the subject in detail in a different approach. And that really helped, still helping me to experiment and work on my design as a career. I also like to talk about how parent can encourage curiosity when it's messy. When you talk about acceptance of design, it's just not about one is going to learn tailoring or one is going to learn about the mystery work or plumbing work. It's also about how solutions are provided more meaningful, how this approach can make a urban structure more better, how the fashion or how the approach in tech part in fashion can really make things for the better of people, how they can use it, and how it can be more meaningful and functional. Talking about what next, you look at a problem, it's not a problem. Ask yourself why it is like this, but how I might redesign it. So, with the thought of giving to all the young youth of Sunbeam here, rethink what going to be matter for you and how you can really bring change for a better future with a collaborative approach with interdisciplinary collaboration. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind, Sunbeam. Good day.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a mesmerizing talk. So, with your due permission, can we start with the Q&A?
Yes, sure.
Sir, so uh, as you talked about denim, so in an era dominated by the fast fashion and mass production, now can consumers and the creators, like without compromising on any single style or accessibility, how do you see this change of fast fashion in the globe?
So I feel that fast fashion is something that is created by the demand versus supply. That there is a demand and there is a supply. So as a user, we need to understand whether we need that product or not. Even if we need, how much we need, whether I can manage without that need. If there's a demand, there are people who will be supplying it. So I won't blame or I'll not talk about any of the brand that why they are penetrating fast fashion. It's also about they see a demand and they are supplying it. So it's also about how young youth or how the 2030 crowd or population can rethink on their demand so that they know how much to buy and they can do a responsible buying. So that will be more helpful for thing. Secondly, we also need to think as a user that whatever we are buying, can we buy with with approach that can really create impact on the society. This impact will be, are we going to help a tailor? Are we going to help an artisan? Or how we can reconsider khadi as a product to be used as a product in our day-to-day life, which can really impact a lot of people around us in a bigger way and a better way. So that these are the thoughts that one can consider to make things happen or better for the future.
That was thoughtful, sir. Also, if you could design a new blueprint for success in fashion, especially for the next generation to come, what would be its core values? What would you like to inculcate in that?
So I like to talk about, as I mentioned, that one should have a de facto. So it all started at Sunbeam with duty, devotion, discipline, which gives me a dream to be a designer. And then that led to get into denim. So one need to have a good dream that how they can bring change for themselves first and how they can bring the change for society and how it can impact for future. So considering that, one need to think in a much visionary way how it can create a bigger impact. And once you know how you can create impact, I'm sure the teachers and the faculty and the mentors at Sunbeam or anyone in their life can really help them shape it. So you need to be more thoughtful, you need to be more meaningful, you need to be more impactful in your approach.
So, from trend-setting designs to sustainable innovation, as you said, how has your definition of success evolved through the journey from NIFT to IIMs to IIM Indore to NID? Like, how has it evolved?
So as I mentioned, I come from a very small town, Ara. It's in Bihar. And then when I landed at Sunbeam, I was like, oh, this is my world. And it's all started with the learning fashion there. And that really helped me open up that the horizon that I'm looking for to get into fashion as a career is going to land at NIF. That's one of the best institute of India. While studying at NIF, it was a lot of thing, more of industry, more of tech-driven thing. And I wanted to be with people where I can understand that how designs are actually made. And that led me to land at NID, where I interacted and worked with a very small cohort of 15 people around me, going on a lot of field visit, a lot of going to artisan, and understanding the approach in a very tactile manner, doing it by myself. And that really helped me a lot, that how things can be more inspiring for you when you do it by yourself, and when you don't use any machine. And then there was a time at COVID, everything was digital. Then you have to understand that how tactile will become digital. So that's where you need a lot of learning at a time, that how things can be more digital and how digitally things can be created for again in fashion, considering the tactile nature of it. Also about, being a leadership role, how you started your career as a designer and how you led team and how you are on a leadership role where you don't see yourself, you also see a lot of people who are directly reporting to you, how you are creating an impact for them, which can help them to be a better version of themselves. So those are the things which are required to happen.
Yes, so sir, a student has asked a question from the YouTube live. What message would you give to a student right now who feels drawn to something creative but fears that it is not practical because the society or the people around him says so?
So I believe that use your holidays to travel, you know. You're sitting in a place, you are comfortable because you are surrounded by good people. You have to come out of your comfort zone first. When you come out of your comfort zone, I really encourage people, while you finish your exam, go on a trip. Go on a trip, not a fancy trip. Go see India. India is such a large landscape that you get to see so many things around you. I did that, and that really helped me, and that really motivated me to get into my career. And yes, I want to do design. When you talk about creativity, you must start reading, you must interact with your teachers, that how creativity can create a lot of product, even if it is at a engineering level, even if it is a medical level. It's not about that you learn design and you just land a job in design. You learn design and you become a UI designer, you become a UX designer, you become a design for service. So there are many collaborative approach, and you do not require that you immediately get into design. Maybe you go do your BTech and then get into MDes program post that. So there are many permutation and combinations now when it comes to vocational courses. And again, there are many certificate courses also which you can take it during your holidays, which can really help you understand whether you need to be a part of such program for a full time, spending 4 years. I wanted to learn design, so I only have one option, going back to NEFT or an ID, and I did. I went there, and I feel I'm successful. And I don't know how you rate a success. It's also about, you have five senses. Are you satisfying your five senses? If your senses are satisfied, no matter what you do, you are eating, you're satisfying your taste, you are listening good music, you're listening to good people, you're satisfying your hearing thing. When you see good thing, you're satisfying your sight. When you smell good, you're satisfied your, you know, uh, olfactory. and you touch, we are satisfied because you're touching what you like. That's a tactile nature. So every point of time when your five senses are satisfied, no matter what you do, is success for you. So at the end of the day, you get a good sleep with your senses satisfying you. It's more than success.
That was aptly put, sir. So the last question of this whole round, that according to your studies and your graduation, what do you think would be the future of fashion graduates and enthusiasts in future? And do you think that the prestigious institutes like NIT, NIFT are the cherry on the top, or there should be a passion in a person rather than excelling from a higher institute?
So I think here I'll have to talk about an institute. An institute can give you a structured way to learn things, no matter whether you are at NEFT or an ID or any other private institution. There are more than 7,000 institute and universities teaching design in India right now. And we have more than 2 million people getting design certification or design degrees every year or diplomas. So it's a huge number. Okay. More than anything, you should be knowing what you want from yourself. Like, you go learn design and you don't know how to implement, so it's not something that will really help you. So what matter most is you learn less, but you implement more and you create an impact. So when we talk about learning and creating impact, is something that one need to be really focusing on, rather than getting degree. I took time to go from one institute to another institute because I feel that there's a need of this and there's a need of this. In between, I studied at NEB, then I worked for a couple of years. Then I went to NID. Then I worked for a couple of years. Then I realized, no, I need to have a leadership role. Then I went to IIM. Currently, I'm pursuing my PhD. So, why I'm pursuing my PhD? Because I feel there is a lot required in terms of research, and I need to be more understanding the topics. So I took another decision. I'm enrolled into PhD. So, like how, and I'm doing my PhD into system design. So, like how things are moving. So you need to think that what is your outcome or how you're going to create an impact. Institute can really help you learn things in a structured way, but you have to come out of the box, because if you don't come out of the box, you'll be still in the box and thinking, okay, this is my ecosystem. You have to create your own ecosystem with the learning that you have at any of the institute.
Thank you, sir, for proving that success lies in choosing the plan over the profit and style with substance. It was a really nice talk with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Jai Hind, everyone.
From sustainable design to sustainable health, we now shift from fabrics that shape the future to habits that shape our lives. Because redefining success isn't just about what we do, but how well we care for ourselves while doing it. Our next speaker is someone who has made holistic well being both achievable and relatable. A clinical nutritionist with over 12 years of experience, a TEDx speaker, and the founder of Nutrify with Nidhi. She's helped thousands transform their lives through practical, science backed wellness. Please welcome our next speaker, dietitian Nidhi Nigam.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that kind introduction and for saying my name right. Trust me, that hasn't always been the case with me, because growing up, I wasn't Nidhi Nigam. I was Moti, double roti, bhais, and my personal favorite, Kaunsi chakki ka aata khati hai. Yes, right. We all hear this quite often. What's in the name, right? I'm sure you all must have heard this as well. Well, a lot when your name gets buried under labels, laughter, and judgment. I wasn't just nicknamed, I was labeled. I was judged and laughed at. And somewhere in those laughs, I lost parts of myself. I was born a 5 kilo baby. Yes, I was a 5 kilo baby, and my parents chuckled, but the world did not. Right from nursery, I had nicknames. Some laughed with me, while most laughed at me. Those laughs actually shaped how I saw myself. And for years, I let them define my worth. And therefore, success to me meant looking thin. But what if the same Nidhi Nigam now told you that success isn't about looking thin or the number in your bank account or your title on LinkedIn or even the weight on your scale? For the longest time, I believed success meant shrinking my body, my voice, my dreams, just so I could fit into someone else's version of perfect. But today, I stand here to tell you that expanding my knowledge, my self worth, my purpose, that's where I found real success. This is not just a story of weight loss. It's a story of weight lifting, the emotional, mental, generational weight loss that holds women back. This is the story of how I went from being fat shamed as a child and as a woman to becoming a nutritionist and a health coach, an entrepreneur, a guide, and a change maker, a voice for the women across the globe. Let's rewind. I entered the world heavier than most newborns. Chubby cheeks, small eyes, weighing 5 kilos. My parents smiled at their healthy baby, but the world did not smile. From a very early age, I was branded. Nicknames flew: double roti, hais, moti, even questions like kya khati hai yaar tu followed me everywhere. Some laughed along, but most they laughed at me. And it did not take long for me to realize that in society's eyes, my weight came before my worth. But my parents were my true anchor. They never once made me feel less than anyone else, and especially my mom, though she's not there, but I'm sure she's watching over me. They said, Nidhi, you can be anything. And so I made a silent promise to myself. I overachieved: class monitor, competitions, academic excellence, extracurricular brilliance. I told myself, Nidhi, if you couldn't be thin, you would be everything else. And by 16 and a half, I was working. First job, first paycheck, first taste of freedom. But the body shaming followed me no matter what. College circle, weddings, friend circles, even work now. Compliments were rare in my case, but comments constant. So what did I do? In desperation, I tried Ayurvedic shortcuts and they backfired. My weight climbed even higher. And then came the turning point in my life. You know what I did? I used my first withdrawn PF to join a slimming center. I lost 20 kilos in a year. Everyone now clapped, praised, noticed. But this slimming center took the credit. What they didn't know was that it was me, my discipline, my sacrifice, my effort, my workouts, my brisk walks, my disciplined eating. And that is when I discovered something very important. Your transformation will be claimed by many, but only you will know the truth of your journey. Let's fast forward to part 2 of my life. Like most families, my father began looking for a suitable match for me, got my picture clicked when I was at my heaviest without a second thought or hesitation. And when my now husband's family saw the photo and said, Ladki moti hai, my dad did not flinch. He simply replied, Meri beti ne weight loss kiya hai, and they agreed to meet me. Long story short, I got married. But now I had entered a family where appearances were everything. You had to be thin, you had to be pretty, you had to dress a certain way. And character, well, no one really cared to look that deep. Career meant nothing to them because it was my career. I was constantly measured against others in the family. The comments came sugar coated, but very sharp. You are dark, you look older than your age, you look older than your husband. I smiled through it, I swallowed it. And then came life after my second delivery. Once again, the whispers turned into words. You have gained a lot this time, do something. They were said while I was still breastfeeding, while I was healing from childbirth, while juggling a full-time job and raising two little humans. I was doing everything and yet never enough. The expectations did not change. After my second delivery, when the weight came back, it was not just physical weight this time. It came along with emotional baggage, guilt, shame, self hatred. And I felt invisible yet again. And then one day I finally broke, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well this time. And in that breaking, a voice inside me whispered, "You don't need to shrink. You need to rise now." So I began again. This time, not for society, not for acceptance, but for me, for Nidhi Nigam, for the first time. This time, I was losing weight with a purpose. While packing tiffins, attending office meetings, and nursing two children, I returned to classroom quite literally. I studied nutrition formally and furiously. Dietetics, food science, clinical nutrition, functional nutrition, Ayurvedic nutrition, human physiology, biochemistry, and wellness science.
You name it.
You name it, and I had studied it. But the road for me wasn't easy. When I applied for my master's in nutrition science, I was rejected multiple times. And the reason? No formal science background. I felt dejected, rejected, like a failure, as though my research, my multiple specialized courses in the field of nutrition, my years of struggle and learning counted for nothing. But I couldn't give up this time. So I wrote to the Prime Minister's grievance cell and told them my story, my mission, my truth. And then something miraculous happened. The PMO wrote back. My happiness knew no bound. They forwarded my plea to the university I had applied in. And I didn't stop there. For a month, I communicated with the vice chancellor of one of India's most reputed universities until they gave me a chance. And then I earned that admission. And I didn't just pass, I graduated with distinction. Because this wasn't just about a degree, it was about proving to the world and to myself that I was more than a number on a scale or a mark sheet. Yes, some in the family mocked my professional dreams. But my one constant, my silver lining, was my husband. Calm in the chaos, steady in the storm, he stood by me like a rock. And slowly in my journey, meal by meal, step by step, I healed. Not just my body this time, but my relationship with my food, with my identity, with myself. And in that healing, I found my true purpose. Armed with knowledge of nutrition and human physiology, I left my cushy corporate job and founded my own brand, Nutrify with Nidhi Nigam. Let me tell you, it's more than a brand, it's a movement. I began working with people who were just like me, body shamed, burnt out, struggling with PCOS, hormonal imbalances, diabetes, emotional eating. People who felt like they were fading away, unseen, unheard, and unsupported. And I didn't just give them meal plans, I gave them confidence. I reminded them of their worth. I gave them the tools to take their power back through food, mindset, and self love. Well, you know what happened? We reversed PCOS, managed diabetes, healed thyroid, we made hormones vibrate, and controlled the rising blood pressures. We transformed lives without shame, starvation, or shortcuts. But then my mission could not stop there because I saw a lot of people being ignored. Did you realize ever that health is still a privilege in our country? So then I decided to start giving back. I began working with underprivileged women and children, I ran awareness drive, taught them how to eat healthy on a budget. I busted myths like nutrition means fancy superfoods or health is expensive and therefore creating a fear. Because to me, success now isn't about transformation. It's about access. It's about equality. It's about impact. Nutrition actually is not a luxury. It is a life requirement. So what does success mean to me today? Trust me, it's not the month-on-month income, the job title, the client count, or the awards. It's not even the like or followers on social media anymore. Success to me is a mother saying, मुझे लगा मैं कभी ठीक नहीं हो सकती, लेकिन आपने विश्वास दिलाया और मैं ठीक हो गई. Success to me is a teenager saying, I ate lunch today, auntie, and did not feel guilty. Success to me is a woman looking in the mirror and saying, I finally feel seen. Success to me is a father saying, thank you. My daughter's hormones are finally in balance, and now I can look for an alliance without worry. That is success, and that is impact. It's not about what you earn. It's about who you become and who you lived along the way. And somewhere along this journey, dreams became divine because they were no longer about me now. They were about others, their healing, their hope, their wellness. When dreams become divine, they stop being about ambition. They start becoming about contribution. And that is the legacy I hope to leave behind. So if you're listening to me today, and you've ever felt not enough because of your weight, your past, your pain, or anything that scarred you, I want you to know this. You are not too late. You are not too broken. You do not need to shrink to fit in. You need to rise to redefine success on your terms, because healing yourself might just be the first step to healing the world around you. Because when you choose to heal yourself, you don't just change your story, you create space for others to heal too. And thank you for holding space for my story of redefining success. And if today, through this talk, I'm able to touch even a few lives, to spark hope, to remind someone to keep going, to dare to redefine success and chase their dreams, then every word that I spoke today was worth it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for reminding us that true success begins with nurturing our mind, body, and plate. This was truly enriching. Now, we invite the Honorary Director, Sunbeam Group of Educational Institutions, Mr. Harsh Madhok, to kindly share his words of wisdom and have an insightful interaction with our speaker, Dietitian Nidhi.
Good morning to the students. Congratulations for a wonderful TEDx event at SunbeamBhagwanpur, redefining success. And it's an honor. It's great that as the summer vacations are beginning, you are having something creative to do. And I'm sure the session so far has been going amazing. I would like to welcome Mrs. Nidhi Nigam in our on our virtual call. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us. And it's an honor to have you. I was listening to you speak, and I was hearing about your story. I'm sure that the students, Nidhi, I'm sure that the students would have taken a lot of tips about nutrition and about your success, about your journey. I would say that journey is success. There is success and there's failures also, as you have rightfully said. But I think that you have, inspired our students with your journey, and some of the topics which you have shared are truly, truly amazing. I think that we live in an image-conscious society where looks and image and how you are, how much you weigh, that has taken a lot of that has become quite important. Would you agree, ma'am, with this?
Yes. And over the years, social media has taken over, and people just want to look a certain way, and health takes a toll, especially the younger generation. The priorities have changed because everybody is in a race to look a certain way, irrespective of what is the cost that it is coming at. So yes, very, very important point that you brought about. And since we have all youngsters here, and of course the teaching staff, I definitely want to put this point across very strongly. Let not your looks define you. There is more to life than looks. So excel in whatever you're doing and do things that make you happy. Because when you are running after a certain way to look, you are causing more harm than benefit. Because we see more and more youngsters coming with deficiencies, coming with eating disorders. So I think social media is taking a lead there in misguiding young generation. And I would like to convey my heartfelt message to all of you that let not your looks define you. Take care of your health. Once you take care of your health, your weight loss or your six-pack abs, as the younger generation call it, becomes a byproduct. So chase health, everything else will follow. Your focus, your productivity, your concentration, your nutritional requirement, everything else will just follow.
Yes. I hope that you all have taken the message from what Nidhi ji has said. I have one question for you, Nidhi ji, and the question is from the students, of course. So I'm just going to repeat whatever the question was. The question is, what is the one nutrition habit you think everyone should adopt for a better long-term health?
All right, very, very relevant question, especially for the younger generation, because they sleep late and they get up late, and therefore they skip breakfast. So one of the most important nutrition advice that everybody should swear by is one, not skip any meals, and especially your breakfast, because when you so understand this, you had your dinner the previous night, and therefore your empty stomach, your stored food is gone, your glycogen stores are gone. So when you get up and you survive on just a coffee or just empty stomach, you are irritated, you have mood swings, you cannot focus, and then in the next meal, you overeat or you eat wrong kind of things. So as you guys are, all of you are at a crucial point of life where you must be preparing for, various academics, and people who are moving out or graduating from school, they must be going for the degree courses. Please make sure that you don't skip meals, and you make sure that you plan for your meals the previous day. And therefore, there's no chance of missing. Once you do that, you see productivity, energy levels, skin, hair, nails, sleep, everything getting better. So no skipping meals, especially breakfast, and no substituting meals with coffees, fruits, smoothies, shakes. Eat food as long as you have teeth.
Do we have time for one more question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I hope that first of all, I hope all the students have taken the message that do not skip meals, and you have to have proper 3 square meals, and that breakfast is the most important meal. So I hope that all of you have taken that point from ma'am. Okay. So Nidhi ji, the second question which I have been forwarded to, and I'll say, is that do you think that vegan food or someone being vegan is more beneficial than other diets?
All right. So from a activist point of view, where people love animal and therefore they decide to turn vegan, is a different connotation altogether. However, when it comes to nutrition and your health, when you turn vegan, you're actually cutting out anything and everything that's coming from an animal source, which means your dairy is out, which means your eggs and your meats are out if you're a non-vegetarian. And therefore, you stand a higher chance of developing nutrition deficiency. And in my practice, more often than not, we see vitamin B12, vitamin D, and protein deficiency. Therefore, we try and explain the importance of eating a well-balanced diet. But if they have their own personal reasons of staying vegan, then we work with supplements. So if you do not have any pressing need, then I always advise a well-balanced diet. Veganism has been taken to a different level as a fad because some people thought Virat Kohli was doing it. Some people thought another celebrity was doing it. They have their own ways to maintain their health. So if you have no need, pressing need, stick to a well-balanced diet.
Okay, so thank you for that answer. And I hope that all of you have taken point that it's always about well-balanced meals, because if you are going vegan, then you will miss out on certain minerals, and you might have some deficiencies, and you still need to have some protein also in your diet, so that you have a well-balanced diet. So I think we are done with this thing. Do we have more time? How much time do we have, anchor? Please tell me. There's one more question I have in case. Or do we have time?
We have 15 more minutes.
Okay. So, okay, great. So then we have one more question. So Nidhi, the next question I have for you is that with so much misinformation in the health space, how do you ensure that advice remains accessible yet evidence-based?
So that's something that I always tell people to cross-check. So for example, as the social media, again, is taking a lead in everywhere, and there are influencers who are spreading myths. And so, if I'll give you an example, on a lighter note, so when you're scrolling through Instagram, you would see one reel which would say, don't eat ghee if you want to lose weight. And the very next reel would say, ghee is gold. Eat 8 spoons, 9 spoons. And therefore, people are so confused. There's an overload of information. You don't know what to follow. So the best thing is, whenever you want to look up certain things for your requirement, make sure that you go to good research papers. So for example, PubMed is a good site. If you're somebody who likes evidence-based information, you will have research papers. So sometimes people can quote some researches where it was done on animal and does not hold any good for us. And therefore, you should go yourself and read about it. Also, when you listen to somebody who's talking something which is perhaps not matching your ancestral's belief, which either says don't eat ghee at all, or says eat 10 spoons of ghee, or have ghee with coffee, or only eat non-veg, whatever you think is not matching with your ancestral beliefs, you first go and check that person's qualification, right? So we have people, I want to emphasize this so that you're careful in future, because you guys are young, girls or young women end up with hormonal imbalance because they've been following all this. Guys have started developing eating disorder because we thought it was only girls, but now it's boys who are leading the way in eating disorders. So therefore, always check the qualification, because what's currently happening is there are influencers who are talking everything about nutrition, who are actually CAs by qualification, or who were actually DJs by profession. So how would you believe such people? Make sure that you read their qualification. And if somebody tells you something, openly ask them, please show me a research, right? Once you look at that, and once you're convinced, once your grandmother or your mother approves of it, saying, yes, this is how we ate, go ahead and have that. So for example, we've been looking a lot at protein. Protein's become the hero, and carb has become the villain. And therefore, people started eating just, let's say, whole pulses, salads and stuff, not realizing that if you do not mix the two, it does not become a complete protein, because vegetarian protein is an incomplete protein in itself. And therefore, you need to have the right combination. And that's why from time without beginning, we had dal roti or rajma chawal so that it becomes a complete protein. So use your grandmother's wisdom, use the research papers, and ditch social media when it comes to your health. Your body is the only place that you live in. So social media is not the place to go and search. Evidence on research, like I said, PubMed is a very good place where you can find all the research papers and go back to your roots. That's where you find the truth.
All right. Thank you so much, Nidhi ji, once again. And I hope all the students have understood that many influencers are there, as Nidhi ji has rightfully said, and they are giving the wrong advice on social media. You have to go for evidence-based. Whenever you have to go to evidence-based research papers if you really want to get into details, and from there you will find the real information. So thank you so much, Nidhi ji, for being with us and giving your time, and for the students of Sunbeam. Your work has reached so many people. I was watching in the morning your YouTube, one of your YouTube videos, and I could see there were thousands of views on that. And I'm sure that even the comment section, I could see that everybody has been benefited so much with your valuable, inputs for everyone. So thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for enlightening our students. It has been great to listen to you.
Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much.
Before we move on to the next set of questions, sir, would you like to address the viewers and give us your words of wisdom?
No. I just wanted to say that it was a wonderful session conducted by Ms. Nidhi. And I could see that all of you have, I feel that the students are extremely, I had another podcast I was on, and students were very inquisitive about what diet to take. Some of the boys were into bodybuilding, and they wanted to ask me for how I felt about bodybuilding. So I feel that younger generation has a lot of issues with, body dysmorphia. I think that's what they use. They want to project a perfect image. But because we are all imperfect, we have these, cravings for food, and we don't have perfect bodies also. So then they get discouraged. So I think staying away from social media is very important for everyone, because whatever reels you're seeing of influencers, maybe it's not real, maybe there is filters there. So just be sure that you should have realistic expectations of how you want to look like. Being realistic is very important. That's what I wanted to say. And please don't get discouraged if you don't have like the perfect body. You are more than your body. You are a human being who has different interests. So how you look is just one small part of that.
Thank you so much, sir. We have so many questions lined up for you, Nidhi ma'am, in the YouTube chat box. We have shortlisted a few, and we would like to. Can we continue with some more questions?
Sure, go ahead. I would be happy to spread awareness. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I believe you know about Label Padhega India campaign, which started because of mislabeling. How do companies ensure transparency, and how should the consumer segregate between the products?
So it's unfortunate that we had to get down to that level to figure out what is it that we're consuming. Brilliant campaign, but the companies, the FMCG, the manufacturers are way too smarter, and they sort of play around. Now, for example, sugar can be written in more than 600 names. It can be written as E903. Will you ever in your dream believe that a sugar can be like that? It can be written as alcohol names like sorbitol, ways like that. So the way you should be reading your labels, because it's extremely important. I'm sure all of you would have seen this Bonvita episode which happened. We said it's not a health drink, so stop advertising it as a health drink. So what is it that you really need to do? Look at the label and go in the ascending order. The first name that is given there is in the highest quantity. So, for example, when people say whole wheat bread, it still says refined wheat flour 55%, which means it has refined wheat flour, which is maida 55%. So, where is it whole wheat bread? So, read the first 4 ingredients and see how much is the percentage there. If refined flour, oils, sugar, edible salts or colors are there, it is not the item to be consumed. Now, living in today's life, of course, you just cannot not have these things. So you decide when is it that you want to have. Once in 10 days is a good enough time. But don't eat on the name of convenience. So read the label very carefully. First 4 things. Number 1. Number 2. Now that we have Google always with us, when you see INS something or E something or emulsifiers, please Google it immediately and see what it means. It could be MSG, which is Ajinomoto, monosodium glutamate. It could be added colors. It could be trans fats. So know this. And any word that ends with OL and OSE, please know that it is sugar, added sugar. And when you start looking at the nutrition label like this, you would be much more healthier and much more aware. So 4 first ingredients are the top ingredients and very important for you. And then look at these short forms or abbreviations. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. This session was truly enriching, and all of the points that you have given us, I'm sure the youth would really inculcate in their lifestyle. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let the thoughts settle as we enjoy a performance curated and created by the students of our own school.
Dhage na thun thun naga naga thun na kirtak dhage na gen ra da din ta kirtak de ta katta khege tha lege ta ghege ta te tar te ya te tar te tat ta tat ek tat do tat te
गगन चायुरी दमक दमक चमके बिजुरी कहत हरि तू राज आयो कहत हरि तू राज आयो कहत हरि तू राज आयो संग रंग की झनकार छेड़ संग में मृदंग ले घुमड़ घुमड़ काली घटा रौद्र रूप धर धर के धरती का रोम रोम धड़के 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 गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन चारुरी दमक दमक चमके बिजुरी कहत हरि तुराज आयो कहत हरि तुराज आयो कहत हरि तुराज आयो रे।
We have explored how design can drive impact and how wellness shapes success. Now, it's time to tune into a different kind of language, the language of music. Our next speaker doesn't just play an instrument, she channels stories, emotions, and centuries of tradition through every single note. A sitar virtuoso of Madhubani Mayyar Gharana and a senior faculty member at Banaras Hindu University, she has performed on global stages and continues to inspire through her art and research. With decades of experience, she has mesmerized audiences across the world, blending tradition with innovation in every performance. Please welcome the soulful and sensational Dr. Supria Sha.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible to everybody.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Right. So let me take you all back to this pleasantly warm, sunny November afternoon in the year 1999. I was in the final year of my graduation. And as I was sitting in the gazebo of the perfectly manicured lawns of Lady Shri Ram College for Women, where I was studying economics honors, I looked around me to see all these bright young women who had dreams of becoming CEOs, brand managers, chartered accountants, investment bankers, and so on. The vibe all around me was that of ambition, competition, goals, and striving hard for what many would call success. And yet, here I was, quietly visualizing a completely different script of my own life. I was dreaming of building a life in a way that many would regard as unconventional. I was imagining a life that would not be filled with spreadsheets or boardrooms. Instead, it would be filled with musical notes, with ragas, rhythms, and a rich resonance and the sonorous tones of the sitar. There was a quiet but a very determined voice within me that was telling me in that moment that no matter if conformity is applauded and awarded and deviation questioned, I must still choose the latter. And that decision of becoming an Indian classical sitar player 2.5 decades ago was not just unheard of, it was by many standards considered completely unacceptable. So now let me come back to the basic question. What is success? The widespread conventional notion of success focuses completely on external achievement. It is focused on your financial wealth, your professional recognition, the power you have, the power you exercise on others, or the influence you have on others, your social status, and so on. In short, here we are measuring success by markers that we can see and quantify, like having a high-paying job, working in a fancy office, living in a big mansion, owning a luxury car, or taking your family abroad for vacations. For some, it is an attractive bio on LinkedIn, and for others, a big fat bank balance that counts as success. So, success by this definition, though commonly accepted, is actually very limiting. And why is that? It's because this definition of success assumes that everyone's idea of fulfillment or joy or sense of purpose must look identical. But is that really the case? I don't think so. So when I was at a crossroad in life and I had to decide its future course, I had understood at that time that if I have to choose the path of music, I must unlearn this definition of success. I knew then that my version of success was quieter, deeper, and profoundly personal. So, all you young people here, I'm sure that you have been taught that success is in achieving high scores, is in becoming a school topper, is in getting admission for higher studies in the best college, or finding a great job, or having a specific bank balance. No doubt, this is important. It is aspirational. But is success really one size fits all? Success is not always about winning. Sometimes it's also about growing and evolving as an individual, as a person. It is about creating something new. It is about helping someone, or sometimes simply having the courage to fail and yet get up and try again. So success does not necessarily mean that you must reach the top of the mountain that everyone else is trying to climb. Rather, it is in having the clarity and the conviction to know which mountain you want to climb. So what we are doing here is not chasing anyone else's definition of success. In fact, now we try to redefine success in the most unique and personal way. When we redefine success, we unlock the freedom to have countless definitions, because success is not one single finish line. It can mean different things to different people. It is deeply personal. For one person, it can mean something like building something new that the world has never seen. And to somebody else, it may simply mean living a life of integrity and finding peace and contentment. Success is something that aligns with the true purpose of our life, and it resonates with the values that we cherish and treasure. Success gives a quiet joy, and it never needs an outside applause. In fact, it is something that gives us inner peace. When I decided to become a professional sitar player, it was not an act of rebellion. Rather, it was an act of listening. Listening to my inner voice that told me, this is who you are. Was it easy, you might wonder? Not at all, far from it. I must be honest, the path of redefining success is not always a cakewalk. There will be times when you will feel like a complete misfit at family gatherings or even with your friends and classmates. You see, I come from a non-musical family, and in my entire clan, there are successful doctors and business professionals or investment bankers. And so in my world, music, and especially Indian classical music, is regarded at best a respected hobby, but never a career option. And so when I decided to become a professional sitar player, to many in my extended family, my decision was highly risky, even foolish. You know, when you want to build a life that is unconventionally successful, your life will be scrutinized and judged by everyone around you. But that should not deter you from your path. In the words of Steve Jobs, don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. People will question your decisions. They will mock at you. Some will worry about you. Learn to hear them, but also have the discretion to not absorb everything that they tell you. And definitely do not allow the doubts of others to become your destiny. My peers would sometimes laugh at me. They would say, Sitar, seriously? As if I've declared that I'm going to be a circus clown. As a matter of fact, becoming a circus clown or a comedian can also be the idea of success for some people. We do have the shining example of the great Charlie Chaplin in front of us, a genius who went on to become the greatest comedian ever. My well-wishers also, people who genuinely cared about me, would gently ask me sometimes, have you thought of how you would make a living if you become a sitar player? Their concern was real, and I understood it. But the question was, would I be able to live with myself if I did not at least give it a try? Would I be able to live a happy life with the regret of not pursuing my dreams? We must understand that success redefined is a relentless pursuit of our dreams, no matter how much everyone around us tells us that they can never be a reality. Thankfully, in my case, my parents, who were my biggest pillars of strength and support, believed in me, and they saw something in me back then that perhaps even I had not fully recognized in myself yet. They gave me the space to explore, the freedom to fail, and the strength to get back up and keep persevering. On the path of redefining success, we must be careful because there will be times, a lot of times, when we will be filled with self-doubt, with despair, and the fear of failure, letting our parents down, and sometimes even a tendency to compare ourselves to our peers. There were times when I would question myself, when I saw my peers climbing corporate ladders, or when gigs were scarce, or when the sheer discipline of a demanding art form like sitar, practicing a demanding art form like sitar would be so exhausting. And this is even harder. There would be days when your inner critic is louder than any outside voice. During these moments, these difficult moments of despair, spiritual grounding, mindfulness, and purpose become extremely important and essential. So throughout my journey of, trying to manifest my version of success, I turned to philosophy in trying to make sense of the world around me and to understand my place in it. I tried to remain spiritually anchored and used this spiritual wisdom to guide me in my journey that was so offbeat. My life was unfolding like an alap, unhurried, but full of purpose. And during these days, the very famous verse from Bhagavad Gita, Karmanyavadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana, was my constant companion and reminder. It says, you have the right to perform your prescribed duties, but you're not entitled to the fruits of your action. This idea radically redefined success for me because it advocated that success is not in the outcome. It is in finding the joy and the happiness in the actions you perform. Success in this sense was about purity of intention and sincerity of purpose. So when you start leaning deeply into your chosen path of what you regard as success, it starts to become clear that success is not something that you chase. Success is something to be lived. This kind of spiritual wisdom also profoundly shifted my perspective on my music. I began to look at my music differently. It was not a means to an end anymore. It was more of a calling, a responsibility, and even a form of service. It did not matter anymore if I was performing in front of 5 people or 500, as long as I was doing what I was meant to do. What gave me immense satisfaction and a sense of fulfillment was the fact that now I knew I was speaking through the language of musical notes. I was forming connections with my listeners through the medium of sound. When this kind of a realization happens, you start looking at everything differently, and you're filled with immense self-confidence, self-belief, and a renewed sense of faith in your journey. I must remind you here that when you walk on the path of redefined success, you must be prepared to walk alone. You will not always have a tribe, but you will find people who will resonate with your authenticity. And when that happens, the connections you form will be profound. Some of my own long-lasting, everlasting friendships and bonds, most enriching connections have come from music. Unlike the conventional paths, alternative journeys of success do not come with any fixed, any prescribed roadmaps. They're full of uncertainty. There will be unexpected hurdles. There will be twists and turns, highs and lows. And at times you will feel like a complete failure. But in the words of the great Bruce Lee, in great attempts, even failure is glorious. And that is the beauty of it. You're not following the crowds. You're charting your own path, where there are no do's and don'ts, only loads of new experiences and tons of new learning. And learning often follows failures. In the words of Tom Watson, if you want to be successful, double your failure rate. If you all are embarking on the journey of redefining success, then there are some skills that can be your companions. Resilience, for example. You should be able to bounce back, not once, not twice, but as many times as it takes. Self-awareness. You must know yourself deeply. You must know your purpose. You must know your life values. You must know your why, because that is going to be your compass. You must have discipline. Freedom is not without structure. In fact, it is discipline that is liberating. Courage. You don't need to be fearless, but you need to be able to go on despite your fear. Faith, not necessarily in the religious sense, but the idea that your path matters, that you matter. When we start to redefine success, not in the sense as the world expects, but in the sense that really matters to us, when we start experiencing something deeper, an inner peace, we no longer feel the need to impress. Instead, now we have the freedom within to start expressing ourselves. The peace that comes when our actions align with our values, when our goals feel like our own and not someone else's, that is true success. True success does not necessarily mean having the highest grades or doing what everyone else is doing. It is something that aligns with our true purpose. True success is in playing the sport because we love the sport, not because we want to win a trophy. True success is in feeling content and self-acceptance and not in comparison. Real success feels like you, real, comfortable, and quietly powerful. Today, I'm at a stage in life where I have performed across various platforms. I have collaborated with different musicians. I have taught students who are spreading the joy of Indian classical music. I have also initiated projects where the old merges with the new. But what is real success for me? Real success is not just the moment when I'm on stage under the spotlight or when I get an applause from my audience. I feel that I have been successful every time I found a soothing calm and peace in exploring a rag, or every time I found stillness in a musical note during my morning riyaz. I feel I was successful every time the eyes of a student conveyed that he or she has actually felt music. And I felt immensely successful when somebody walked up to me and said that my music gave them peace. In these profound moments, I was reminded that success is not always loud. Success is sometimes a quiet harmony between who you are and what you do. It is in being able to say with conviction that this is my path. When the world around us is constantly trying to tell us that this is what success should look like, I invite each one of you to take a pause, to reflect and ask yourself, what does success mean to me? And if your answers do not match the textbook definition, don't worry. Don't be disappointed, because this world needs people who are brave enough to live their own truth. So go ahead, play your sitar, sing your song, write your own poetry, start your organic farm, open your little bookstore, develop your art your way. Because when you do that, you will not just be successful, you will be fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for showing that success can echo through strings, soul, and centuries of tradition. Ma'am, we have a really short question for you. In a world dominated by digital music and instant fame, what challenges do you face in keeping classical traditions alive, and how do you overcome them?
Well, yes, in the present day and age, it can be a challenge because, when we are so used to these 30-second reels on Instagram or the YouTube shorts, and scrolling through through different content on the social media platforms, it is very easy to just overlook what Indian classical music is all about. Indian classical music is something which is very profound, it's very deep, and it requires a lot of patience. Even to develop a taste in Indian classical music requires a lot of patience, a lot of consistent learning. And so sometimes this can be a challenge. But on the other hand, I feel that technology has also been a blessing for music and musicians, because it has helped musicians to, bring out their art form, their music out into the world. And, one way that we can address this challenge is by actually sparking interest in our followers on social media and on other digital platforms, by sparking their interest in our music, even with short reels, and also posting content which sort of helps to enhance their knowledge about what Indian classical music is all about. Also, I feel that technology can also be used to deepen our tradition, because it gives us an opportunity to have online collaborations with other musicians, with people from all across the world. It also gives us an opportunity to have an audience through digital concerts, have an audience, a global audience. So I think if used wisely, it can really facilitate the popularizing of Indian classical music and deepening the tradition.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a really interacting session with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
From the strings of tradition to the voice of a generation, our next speaker reminds us that age is not a barrier to global impact. He's a TEDx speaker, youth diplomat, and climate advocate who has represented India across major United Nations platforms, including the UNFCCC, G20, and BRICS. With a story that began in Nagpur and now echoes in international halls of power, he proves that when young voices speak with purpose, the world listens. Please welcome the dynamic and globally recognized youth leader, Mr. Pratang Golia.
Hello there. I hope I'm audible and visible. Good to go? Perfect. Thank you so much for having me. A very good morning to everybody out there.
Sir, you are not visible.
Okay. Just give me a second. Am I audible? Is that okay?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, just give me a second.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you're visible. Thank you.
Okay. I hope I'm now both audible and visible.
Yes, sir, you are.
All right. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. A very good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for having me, first of all. It's my great pleasure. It's a great opportunity for me to once again be at the hallowed spheres of TEDx and give my opinions and pen down certain notions that I feel are correct for the world. At the outset of it, I would, aside from thanking the organizers for having me, I would also like to thank the universe, my parents, obviously, and all the people who stood beside me to help get me to where I am today. And as you mentioned, that all these achievements that I probably would not want to lay down here were achieved at the age of like 19, 20. I still continue to, but I don't take them as achievements. The main reason why I'm here today is to speak and to make the world know about the power of sustainability, about the power of climate action. Now, having been someone who has had multiple experiences at multiple junctures in life when it comes to the realms of sustainability, whether being at the UN, that is the United Nations, obviously, or the Commonwealth or the G20. I truly believe that the entire essence of the entire paradigm that we are wishing to see lies in the power of the youth. Now, that is something that we have got to leverage as a society, as a global community, because climate catastrophes see no borders. They see no differentiation between countries or between religion, gender, race, irrespective. A very good example is right now the India-Pakistan conflict that went on. Now, if there's a climate catastrophe in India, or for example, even an earthquake, it is quite possible that the repercussions are felt not just in India, but across the region of South Asia, because what happens is that climate catastrophes, as I mentioned before, they don't see borders, and they actually are endangering to the entire world community, not just natural disasters, but all of the climate actions, ill effects that we are seeing at this point of time. They are having an adverse impact on humanity more than ever before. And coming from a country like India, it's very important for us to realize that not only are we the world's most populated country, we are the world's largest democracy. We are the world's fastest growing economy, so on and so forth. There are 100 statistics that go on to prove about how great a nation we have always been, and how great and what greatness lies for us ahead in the times to come. So, having said that, the Indian youth has a lot on their shoulders right now. Youth like me, youth like you, youth like everybody across us on this land. We are touted to make this world proud, not just our country proud, but this world proud. We have been the harbingers of peace. We have been the people who have brought in civilizations and all. The reason why I'm putting this out in terms of sustainability and climate action is because long before this notion of sustainability came up in the world, it was India that showed the way. If you look at the olden civilizations such as Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, they have shown amply, in different meaningful ways about how sustainability can actually be leveraged in the society. Even if at our homes, if you really go to see right at the grassroots level, the way that our mothers or Indian kitchens have this thing of sustainability and zero wastage in terms of cooking, I think these are role models for the world to learn from. Having said that, I also believe that the youth empowerment is and can be realized maximum through the realms of sustainability and through global engagement. That is what is called as diplomacy nowadays. Now, when you have something like diplomacy, and myself coming from a background of communications, being a postgraduate in communications, it's basically about how I want all of these different genres to come together and how they can shape the youth, how they can build that capacity, how they can leverage their skills, how it can have a lasting impact on the youth, not just for the generations to come, but for the infinite future. Because climate catastrophes are only going to get more and more severe in the times to come. Now, for example, I'll give you a very small example. Now, 2023, I was working with the Indian government when it came to the G20 setup. So India was hosting the G20. We had the G20 presidency. I was working with the Youth 20 working group. I was working with the Think 20 working group, as well as the Civil 20 working group. So all of these different working groups have different mandates. They have different objectives that they are out to set. Even right now, I'm working with G20 South Africa 2025. The presidency passes on to South Africa. Now, what happens is that out of all of these different presidencies that get passed on and the different work that happens, you have different policies that come up, right? You have different protocols, you have different agreements. For example, the Paris Protocol, the Paris Agreement, for example, the Montreal Protocol. So there are different n number of protocols, even nationally and internationally. Okay. Now, the main crux of the issue is that these remain mostly on paper. It's not that we don't have legislations, we don't have laws, we don't have different ways of putting things out to the world. Everything is there in place. There are think tanks, there are people doing amazing work, but then the real gap lies between walking the talk. You got to execute that into action, because mostly what we're seeing is that it's just remaining plain on paper. And when it remains only on paper, what happens is that the essence is lost. The entire the entire leadership, the entire potential that has been put into formulating that. For example, even basic research that goes into it, the basic inputs that go in from the people, they absolutely go sheer waste, because you have dynamics that keep on changing. You have got demographics that keep on changing every now and then. And climate crisis is such a crisis that has always persisted and will always persist. But there has to be a place, there has to be a time period when we see that, okay, enough is enough. And the UN has laid out that there are 17 SDGs, that are those are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, that basically lay out the 17 most important objectives that we have to set out to the world. Now, there are various different SDGs. For example, there's no poverty, there is zero hunger, there is partnership between the goals, there is climate action, life on land. There are various different domains that the Sustainable Development Goals adheres to. So these form the basic understanding of how we are supposed to give to ourselves, first of all these goals to achieve, and then secondly, go and set out to achieve and execute them in the real spirit of the word. Now, these goals were supposed to be achieved by the year 2030. It's also called as the 2030 agenda. But what has happened is that 2.5 years or 3 years of COVID has already has ripped it apart, right? And going with the current scenario where there are conflicts all across the world. I mean, there are n number of conflicts going on, whether they are wars, full-scale wars, or they are certain small-scale conflicts. What we're seeing is that we are actually receding, and it's high time that we take action. So all of these accolades that I have achieved throughout life, whether through designations, or whether through roles, or whether through my work, they actually will not come to fruit until and unless I have something to give back to the society, the same society that made me. Although this is a TED talk on sustainability, but let us not underscore the importance that something like that the universe has for us. There is spirituality, there's the spectrum of religion that comes in as well. So it's about your own faith, about what you put out in the world and what you get back. That is called manifestation. And the same thing works for climate action as well. Now, the climate action, what basically now we all know, there's a common quote: what you sow, you reap. You shall reap. Now, same thing is for climate change. If you go on about, and I think this is taught to even fourth standard students in environmental studies and science, that the more there's environmental destruction, the more there is felling down of trees, and widening of roads, and going for full throttle of infrastructure development, not taking into account the environment. What happens is that over a period of time, it comes back to us. Now, whatever you throw, if you go to one of the Mumbai beaches in Juhu or anywhere, what you'll see is scores of trash over there. You'll see a number of plastics. And what happens is, after the monsoon comes back, it comes back to you. So that's life. What you throw out, you get it back again. So it's time for us to realize that we need to move on from just making resolutions. We need to actually get on ground and do the grassroots level work. Now, even if I've worked with the bigger institutions, that doesn't mean that I've not done the work in India at my own place. Now, I come from a city of Nagpur. It's not a tier one town like Bangalore or Kolkata or Delhi or Mumbai. Now, being from a second tier city, it is actually very difficult to get to go to levels where people hear you out. People see the work that you're doing and attach relevance to it. So there are a number of people who might be doing work like me, but it boils down to is the relevance that is attached to it, the value that it holds in totality. That is what matters the most. So, like I mentioned before as well, all of my experiences would hold nothing, absolutely nothing, if I'm not in a position to give something back to the world. And what my quest right now is to turn outwards. First of all, it was to gain knowledge, to gain the skills, to gain all the experiences. Now that I've got it, what I feel is that giving back to the society is in fact helping me get more. So that's the equation, how it's working. Now, coming to the finer nuances of climate change and sustainability, what I truly believe is that if we shoulder the responsibility as a youth and feel that, okay, this is upon me. If we take it personally, that okay, the entire bandwagon rests on my shoulders, and I am the person who has to make my nation proud, my city proud, and the entire humanity proud. I think we can go places. We can actually make sure that we are leading by example. We are showing to the world how it's done. We are walking the talk, most importantly, and also bringing about paradigm changes in the world, because changes don't happen overnight. There's nothing called transformation. It's always a process. It's always a progress that happens. So we need to make sure that even if we begin with our efforts today, right now, it would take years and years for it to actually fructify and get emboldened into something big of a paradigm of something that is of substance. So that is one thing that I would probably like to put out, because this is a harsh reality, but we need to accept this reality, that if we think that the change begins from within, as much as it is within, it is external as well. So even if you have, for example, a person like me, even if I want to do a lot, I want to speak a lot, I want to go on the ground and put out 10 things out there and let the world see. I live in a society where there are people. If I say that there's nothing that's going to happen as long as I know what I'm doing, that's true. That's 100% true. But I also need to know the fact that there are people out there who are helping me with my work in some or the other way. Even a small thing such as a microorganism is doing its part in this universe. And we are still human beings, right? Another thing that is very important here, in terms of this entire healing, I'm trying to get things together. I'm just trying to build about basic different elements, and what inspired me in the first place to get to where I am today at this very moment where I'm speaking and giving it out to the world. It's about the prospect of being a global citizen. Now, when I go to places like the United Nations, when I go to places like the G20 or the Commonwealth, I make sure to obviously one, make myself proud, my family proud, my country proud, but it's also about being a global citizen. Now, what is the meaning of a global citizen? You are a person who serves the world, who serves the purpose of the world. You have different agendas, you have different notions, you have different perceptions. Everything's fine. 10 different people in the room will have 10 different perceptions of things, but it's just about how you bridge the gap. That is what negotiations are about. How you get two different conflicting opinions on a middle ground, on the same page. And that also forms the basis of your international relations between countries, about how diplomacy works. Another thing is about the leverage of the youth that goes from India outside from the country and give speeches, and people like me. There are probably thousands of people who are doing this thing. But what makes you unique, what gets that X factor to you, is about how you lead from the front. Because if I don't walk the talk, if it's very easy for me to come up here and to go to platforms and speak up, and speak up well, and speak up eloquently. But until and unless I am actually practicing what is being said by me myself, it doesn't hold a lot of substance. So that is also the reason why I would say that the world is not just divided by borders, but it is united by challenges. The challenges remain similar for people across the world. There is poverty, there is hunger, there is issues of educational levels, and in a world like today where we have so many conflicts, it goes on a more humanitarian level. It goes to the basic human rights. And what are human rights? They are the basic rights that govern a human being. They are the basic rights that every human being is entitled to. And these human rights are enshrined in the United Nations. There are different charters of the United Nations for human rights, where probably you can go and see about how these basic rights form the foundational basis of humanity. And every person, irrespective of their caste, of their creed, of their color, of their religion, have every right to leverage these opportunities. There's also, in a country like India, which is the world's largest democracy, we have got so many rights and freedoms. We have got so many liberties. I don't think any other country across the world would probably do that. And that gets translated into our policies when it comes to sustainability and climate action. So what probably I've also done is I've had a number of researches where I've worked with the Indian government. So you have something like the Niti Aayog. They report to the United Nations every single year with statistics and facts. Now, it's important for us to understand that it's about thinking global but acting local. Take those local things that you feel are relevant enough and bring it onto a global scale where you show the world about the impact that you're doing. Right. Participating in global forums is one thing. Not everybody has the chance to go to global forums and do that. Not everybody has got the communication skills, or even if they've got all the skills, it's not important that they probably also have the money or the resources to get to where they probably want to get to, or where they're supposed to be. But what happens is that the advocacy skills and the communication skills, when they come on the ground locally, they can have a greater impact on the youth. So what I've learned is that no matter big institutions like the United Nations, they might have different mandates and they do different things. But the real fulfillment, the real fructification of the work, the real empowerment happens on ground. That happens locally. And something like SDGs, like I mentioned before, if we try and incorporate them in our everyday life, if we see how we can be a beacon of hope for even a single person in life, right? It can have a humongous impact, and in a country like India that is probably so faced with the issues of sustainability and climate action, the demographics itself being the most populated country, you can only imagine the enormous amount of resources that are required for every single human being, whether it is grains or whether it is water, something as basic as that, to education or to, for example, different things in life. It gets really, really difficult. And the administration of all of these things gets even tougher. at times like these, if we try and focus more on something like communication, about how we harness leadership skills, about how we are going to use these opportunities in terms of climate action and sustainability and bring about changes in the world. Again, changes, not transformations. You have to see the degree of what we are seeking out in this world. We're not looking for transformation, we're looking for changes. So changes begin by a very minuscule level. Something that you do right now, like for example, if I'm giving a TED talk right over here, I would probably carry more than what I'm giving out right now to the world. Because oftentimes what happens is what you tell others is something that you want to tell yourself first, right? That's what I probably also believe in very, very firmly. So, instead of having these higher institutions, we should try and look and leverage the power of the youth in terms of listening, in terms of bridging the gaps, in terms of having morals and values such as empathy. There are different noble professions that teach a lot of skills, that teach a lot of value oriented stuff, that we need to look within, right? And as Barack Obama had rightly mentioned, that we are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change. And also in the same breath, we are the last generation that can do something about it. So I don't know, we need, if this is something to be happy about, or this is something that we need to ponder over. But all I know is that it is now or never. And with that being said, I would like to close my talk by probably mentioning that together, I think it's our collective responsibility. It is my responsibility. It's your responsibility. It is to every person who's hearing this or seeing this, that we need to build a global community of change makers. And it only happens when you put all of these morals, values together. It only happens when you have a sense of identity of your own. If you know that you are here to lead by example, you know that you are a leader in your own spirit, and you know that you are the next change that the world is looking for. And that is the point when you feel that every single platform, no matter what it is being owned by you. Owned not in terms of ownership, but owned in terms of the power of speech that you hold, the power of communication that you hold, the leveraging of opportunities that you can do, about the power of the youth, about the power of your own local culture. These are the things that together are going to strive for the world, right? The soft culture, that's something of a greater magnitude as far as my talk is concerned right now. I won't foray into that, but all I mean is all these domains put together can have a lasting impact on humanity and on the world together. So let us pledge together. Let us remind to ourselves, just like we gave the Constitution to ourselves. Let us make this pledge and give to ourselves this pledge that from today onwards, or from this very moment, even if we're not doing something that is substantive in terms of bridging the gap, or being sustainable people, all we can do is become better people, modeled with values and morals. Because what happens is the actions will come by themselves, that you will have an inward sphere where you want to give back something to the society, whether today, whether tomorrow, whether some other day. But please make sure that you are a good human being in the first place. Everything else will follow. Everything else will come to you. All those platforms in this world, irrespective of your age, irrespective of your gender, are waiting for you. The world waits for the people who have it in them to go out and show what substance they're made out for. Right? Now, with that being said, I would like to conclude my speech over here. I hope I was able to inspire at least 5% to 10% of people who are listening to me. That itself will be something that I will take away as a great opportunity, and something that I will cherish for the rest of my life. I remember the first TED talk that I had given. I'd gotten an invitation from TEDx Geneva. I was probably just 18 years of age that time. I probably didn't know what TEDx was. That wasn't even TEDx, that was TED. So at that point of time, I really had no idea what to do. But now, I think 4 years, 5 years, 6 years down the line, I'm in a better position to speak about what I wish for the society to be in, rather than me being told by Western influence about how a society should look in order to be developed. So make sure that you do your own part, you do your own bit, and your karmas are going to define your future. whether it is sustainability, whether it is climate action, whether it is any a domain that you want to foray into. And let's be proud Indians. Let us leverage this opportunity to hold India into a very good state. Let us make sure that we get this India to being a developed country by 2047. Let us take this pledge to do our part for our own people first, for our own selves first. Everything begins from a home, everything begins from within. And probably the next time when I come up, hopefully for a TED talk, I'll be beaming with examples about how this TED talk right now that I'm giving right here has been successful enough in driving the change, in getting the blood rushing through your veins, and bringing about paradigm changes into the society. So thank you so much for having me. It's my great pleasure. And over to you.
Thank you, sir, for showing us that success is not age-bound but action-driven. Since we are bound by the clock, we'll ask a short question. How can students today redefine success by becoming change makers in their own communities, even without big titles or platforms?
Absolutely, that is very well said. That irrespective of titles, irrespective of designations, irrespective of your age and gender, you can become a role model for the society. And as I mentioned in my speech, the power of the youth lies within the youth themselves. Now, we come from societies where we are developing. We've got schools, we've got colleges, we've got opportunities. We are very, very well placed. We are better placed than our parents. You know, we remember our parents telling us we used to go to school like this, we used to go to school like that. And when we compare it, we probably put a cringe on our face, we probably have a grin on our face. You know, so see, that's how generation changes. The opportunities keep coming. Now, when I see people of 18 years and 19 years, I imagine myself in that state and I think about what I'm achieving today at 23 and 22. Probably I could have achieved that at 19, but people are doing it, right? So by having the right intent, like I mentioned, the intent needs to be correct. That's the very first thing. Your very foundation comes from your true intentions. So as long as you have it in you that you want to bring about the changes in your world, that inherent feeling inside you, okay, once you take up that, you know, in Hindi, it's called Drid Nischay. So you take that Drid Nischay and you're like, no, this is my movement. I got to do it. I can do it. If he can do it, I can do it too. And that's happened with me. And that's exactly what I would say. Don't have role models. Please do not have role models. Nobody's telling you to have role models. Why would you want to be someone else? Why would you want to be defined by someone else? Why would you want to walk someone's path? Be your own role model. Have that path for yourself and let the world follow you. And then is the time that you can say that you brought about the change. Even if one person feels that you have carved the path for yourself, go for it. And as it is said that there were two diverging woods, I took the road less traveled. I took the road less traveled. I got 95% plus in my 12 standards and still took up humanities. And I will still take up humanities because humanities is made up of human beings. It is made up of human blood. It is not, I'm not against them. What I mean is that please don't let the society tell you otherwise. You have the power to choose for yourself. And this youth, you, me, every single youth in this country has it in them to show the world what India is. And this itself, let us form this basis, let us form this foundation that irrespective of our monetary assets, irrespective of a gender, we are going to make this nation proud. We are going to make sure that sustainability, that climate action is something that we work on, even in the smallest of levels. So that is probably what I would like to put out. And that was my call to action. That was my thank you for that question. I really needed that question, in fact. So I just hope I was able to inspire a couple of people. That itself will be
Yes.
an achievement for me. Thank you
Yes.
so much for having me.
Thank you, sir. That was really aptly put. And I'm pretty sure that you inspired all of our viewers to make a change in the world. Thank you so much for
Thank you
being.
so much. Thank you. Have a good day.
Some people use words to inform, others use them to inspire. But our next speaker weaves them like silk, soft, strong, and timeless, stitching cultures together across borders and centuries. Dr. Sogan Neberian is not just a scholar, she is a bridge between languages, a translator of cultures and a storyteller whose voice flows like ink across the map of humanity. As an acclaimed Iranian author, a TEDx speaker, and an assistant professor, she has built her life around the power of language, not as a tool, but as a torch that lights the way towards understanding. Please join me in welcoming the eloquent voice behind countless pages, a writer whose words carry both weight and wings, Dr. Sogand Akbarian. We welcome you, ma'am.
Hello, Namaskar. Thank you so much for having me. Before I start the program, I'd like to share my PPT and I will start my speech. Is that visible to you?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
And if I change the slide, is still visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So officially we will start it. Thank you so much for having me to the TEDx program, all the way to having one Iranian person. The Phoenix Within, redefining success as a woman. Success is not a destination, but a direction. What does success truly mean? For many, it is often equated with wealth, fame, or status. But is that truly fulfilling, or is it a time to look deeper, to turn inward? I stood not just as a woman, but as a voice forged in silence, a soul shaped by storms, and a fire that refused to be extinguished. I didn't come to speak of success in its glittering disguise, defined by titles, trophies, or applause. Instead, I came to speak of the quiet flames that burns within a woman who has chose herself, a woman who walks through the fire and rises, not unscarred, but unshaken. This, she believed, was the success of a phoenix, the one who dares to fly again from its own ashes. Generation to generation, success has been defined to us. To be good, to be nice, to be quiet, be careful, be realistic. And when your dreams reached too far, they were gently trimmed, tamed into a palatable ambitions. They called it wisdom. They cloaked it in love, but it was a love rooted in fear, not in what you want. Success was presented as a linear formula. Study hard, marry well, build an enviable life on the outside, even if it quietly shattered on the inside. But something inside refused to follow the same linear way. She didn't want perfection. She wanted the truth. No applause, but authenticity. Not survival, but flight. And so she began to question. What if success was not about being the best, but the most real? What if it was not about arrival, but awakening? What if success were not a destination to reach, but a declaration to make? A declaration that says, I will not shrink to fit someone else's narrative. I will not wait to be chosen. I will choose myself. In the silent hours of darkness, when only her breath remained, she realized she had already succeeded. Not by words' measure, but by her own. She had survived by herself. She had walked through the fire of healing. She had stitched invisible wounds with invisible threads. She had forced shadows. She had faced shadows deeper than midnight, and yet she rose. She had come to understand a powerful truth. Success is alignment with purpose, not just achievement. It is living a life in harmony with one's value, with one's inner calling. As the old saying goes, Success without purpose is like climbing a ladder only to find it was leaning on a wrong wall. The woman who heals herself becomes her own savior. She no longer fears solitude. She carries a power untouched by the world, a grace unbestowed by others, and resilience born not from having it all, but from losing it all and still choose love, hope, and rebirth. She picked up her own brokenness and turned into armor. And when she stopped seeking validation, she finally started to live. She had failed many times, but failures were not the opposite of success. They were a part of it. Failure had taught her resilience. It refines her character and humbled her spirit. Every fall became a step forward. Failing forward became her mantra. They had tried to dim her with doubt, dismiss her with rejection, and define her with their limitations. But they forgot. She was made of fire. Each time she burned, she rose stronger. From heartbreak, from burnout, from all barriers. Not as a woman she once was, but as a woman she was always meant to become. True success, she had learned, is inner fulfillment. External rewards are limited. Inner peace is limitless. Emotional well-being, healthy relationships, and mental health became the truest indicators of success. From a spiritual lens, real success lies not in glorifying the ego, but in realizing the self. Contribution over competition became her new compass. She no longer asked, "Am I the best?" but "Am I of myself?" True success was not about surpassing others, but surpassing who she was yesterday. As her heart expanded, she began to see the quality of one's relationships is deeper measure of success. At life's end, no one longs for trophies. They longed for connections, for intimacy, for love. Compassion and empathy became her currency of meaning. Spiritual teachings deepened her vision. She absorbed the essence of Dharma, right action aligned with inner truth. The real success is the journey inward, not the climb outward. She began redefining success every day. Did she live with integrity? Did she offer kindness? Did she grow in presence? And as she reflected, she knew success is not what she earned, but who she became. It was not about being the best in the world, but about being the best for the world. Her soul's joy came not from competition, but from connection with others and with the divine. The world had tried to divide her, told her to choose between career and family, softness and strength, beauty and brilliance. But she chose wholeness. She chose and. Because women are not fragment. We are completeness. We are not either or. We are all. She spoke now for every woman who had been told you can't. For every Sogant in the world who has become underestimated, overlooked, or asked for her turn. She said, "You already rose, and you will rise again. For yourself, for your sisters, for the daughters yet to come." To the girl afraid to speak, to the woman questioning her words, to the mother who tucked away her dreams, to the artist, to the healer, to the activist. You are already successful because you are not given up. Success is not something you pursue. It is something you become. Her message was clear. Success is not perfection. It is presence. Success is not applause. It is alignment. Success is not a destination. It is a direction. To redefine success is not only to rewrite the story. It is to reclaim the voice. So she built her own table, became her own savior, chose her own self. And if the world refused to open the door, she became the door. I was raised as a phoenix, so you can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really enriching. Let's start with a short Q&A round. Ma'am, if you could inspire one lasting legacy through your work, what would you want it to say about success, connection, and cultural understanding?
Success, connection, and cultural understanding. When you understand culture, you will find to know the meaning of connection and you become a successful person. Actually, you give me from success, connection, and culture. From that point, I give you the answer because as a translator, as an author, as a publisher, TEDx speaker, and also university professor, when you are in touch with words, you are in touch with languages, you are in touch with cultures, so you will come to know the meaning of connection. I am a person from Iran. Now I am in India. That means I understand the cultural differences and respect them. So these cultural differences will come to connection. And this kind of connection will bring success to us. So this is the way, when we know the culture, we will connect through that and we will become a successful person. And we will get the meaning of success.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, how has your work in bridging the Indo-Iranian cultures through literature reshaped your personal definition of success?
From last 12 years, I started to translate Indian literature. And from last 5 years, I started to write books in India as an author. So I can say because these two countries both are rich in culture, civilization, and literature. So when you will come to know the Indo-Iranian cultural heritage and civilization, and when you write and when you translate, that it will affect your character and your nature because I work with language. The language is the key to open the door of culture. And it will connect you with other people. So when you will come to know about Indo-Iranian literature and you will get connection with different people, old civilization from diaspora to the people who live in India, and you translate and you write them. So knowingly or unknowingly, the words have soul and they will affect your character. So by that, I came to know how others people think, and then it can give me the meaning of success. As I told you, success is not the destination, it's a direction. So every day we should follow this direction to become a successful person, not to achieve something and say, yes, now I'm successful. No, successful is a journey. It's a process, not a product. So you should be in that way.
Truly said, ma'am. Can you share an experience where storytelling helped you overcome cultural or academic barriers and what that taught you about success?
Actually, I translated more than 10 books of Indian literature in Iran and published by my publication house. But one book that I can say this is my own book, Sogan Dilli. Sogand, my name, plus Dilli, that I love Dilli, Sogan Dilli, Indo-Iranian Athuri Kahani, an incomplete Indo-Iranian story. So this is a book that I can shape. It was the meaning of success for me because when you write about other cultures, it is very sensitive to respect other cultures, Indian culture. Buy one simple chai masala chai, or even going to temple or going to masjid or going to mandir. This is about the cultural meaning, and that was a true success for me. That this book made me a well-known author, Iranian author in India, and from here, thanks to my family and thanks to my publisher, Dhamik Publication, that this book give me this opportunity to see the meaning of success by writing and shape me who I am today. And now people know Sogan as by Sogan Dili, because when you write about cultures, because you point your finger to the sensitive aspect. What is the culture? So it will shape your character and will lead you to the success. And that is why I am feeling to write more stories in India, like Indo-Iranian Kahani.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a really wonderful session, and we really got some new insights and valuable from your end.
Thank you so much to you, and thank you so much to TEDx SunbeamBhagwanpur for having me all the way from Iran to India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, let's take a moment to experience the power of music. Up next is a soulful vocal performance that speaks the language of emotion, expression, and artistry. Let the melodies do the talking.
Go.
It was really mesmerizing. As we let those thoughts settle, we now invite everyone to take a break, recharge, and reflect. We'll return shortly with more inspiring talks, fresh ideas, and stories that continue to redefine success. We'll tune in at sharp at 12:45 p.m. See you all after the break. Stay tuned, stay inspired.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope your lunch break was refreshing because we're about to dive into the next wave of conversations, ones that continue to challenge norms, question limits, and truly redefine what success looks like in the world we live in. Let's begin this segment with our next speaker. To continue this session, we have with us someone whose journey speaks volumes about courage, clarity, and the confidence to choose differently. Our next speaker is not just a TEDx speaker, but a Gen Z changemaker who's making waves across global platforms. As India's youth representative at the UNCCD COP16 in Riyadh and the force behind the ECB Sustainable Youth Foundation, she has mentored over 50,000 individuals and continues to shape conversations on soft skills and youth leadership across the world. Please welcome Ms. Dhavika Dha to the TEDxYouth SunbeamBhagwanpur stage.
Okay, thank you so much for that warm welcome. I just wanted to ensure that am I clearly audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Perfect. Am I clearly visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Just let me know, give me a flag up when I can start.
You can start, ma'am.
All right. So on a self count of 3, 2, and 1, every time I walk into the room abroad, whether it's filled with policy makers, young leaders, or just silent eyes waiting to listen, I don't just carry my identity. I carry the heartbeat of a billion dreams stitched into one name, India. To all my fellow young change makers, the audience, the eyes, the minds, Adya Pranam. My name is Bhavika, and for the next few minutes, I believe you all can identify me as Bharat ki ek choti si pratibha. But before I delve into it, I need to confess something. The first time I was called a youth representative of India, my biggest fear was not public speaking, something that my focal domain is. It was the weight of that title. At the age of 21, standing in Riyadh, not just with a passport, but with a purpose, to show that the India's youth, we don't just talk the change, we walk with it. Trust me, it was very overwhelming. At the age of 21, I received something that I only dreamt of. Well. It was not just a medal, not a job offer, but a boarding pass from Delhi to Riyadh. And when I stood at the immigration queue, well, I got asked by that person, why are you going to Riyadh for? Or what would you be doing in Riyadh for the next 5 days? And mind you, people, that was the moment I was waiting my entire life for, because it took a lot of guts for me to say, well, sir, I'm going to Riyadh to represent our country, India. But let me tell you one thing. I identify as an overthinker. I have juggled my minds about thinking whether this is the moment for me. And perhaps before I delve into it, I believe something that took me years to understand, I would want you to know in the very first minute. We often ask ourselves, is this success? Is this what it looks like? Because we all tend to overthink. But sometimes we don't focus on what if we succeed instead of what if we fail? What if we all are braver and stronger than we realize? What if we have all of it that takes it to make it the big moment? And what if my and your path is unique and I don't need to compare myself to anyone? And what if every single step I take, you take, it adds on to our experience, our growth, to our personal anecdotes like this right now for me, but we tend to not focus on it. Something that I did not realize back then, which is the definition of success, I think it needed a revamp. It needed a little change. And this one trip that I'm about to share my views about, my journey, it didn't just take me across borders. It redefined how I used to look at things, how I still look at things. And perhaps for many of us here today, I really hope that you're able to relate to me. But well. Let's again circle back to something that we all need to really focus upon. How do we categorically label the word checklist? We say a prestigious college or a school, a 6-figure job, a title, maybe a LinkedIn announcement for a few of us with thousands of likes. And maybe sometimes down the line, sometimes we might say peace of mind, but that is rarely that we focus upon. We delve in this hustle culture. And here, my friends, is the problem that checklist, it is not accounting for the context. It does not account for the growth. It does not speak about your impact. It takes a lot of courage for you to do something, but in the process of it, we do not realize that courage is also an achievement to be able to speak about something. Well, as a youth, especially from a country as competitive as India, and I believe we all should relate that we are taught the word certainty. Just after your college, this is how you should be in college. Just after your college, this is how you should be at a job. Right after your school, these should be the colleges that you should be aiming at. But what we don't focus upon, that success isn't about where you end up, something that we hear as a common echo, but it is more about what we all carry with us, the values, the learnings, the experiences. So, well, for the next few minutes again, let's dive into the lesson of redefinition, something that I personally witnessed and something that I'm really eager to speak about. When I arrived in Riyadh, mind you, I was super scared. The way I was super confident at the immigration queue, I was tense about, am I dressed up well? Am I at the right spot? Were we supposed to be here? Okay, am I finally here? This is something that was on my mind. I was shivering. I am right now when I speak about it. And then it stuck on my head that I'm actually there on my own. I'm right there standing in a different country to represent my own nation. And I carry with me not just excitement, but a responsibility to do it in a proper way. That day at the venue, honestly, it felt a little intimidating because maybe you want to make it big. You aren't even sure of the name of the person sitting in front of you. You really want to talk to them, but you don't know who they are. And I'm someone who has written thousands of cold emails to people during my job placement. And I was finding it tough to even say a hi to someone right there. But then there was a shift. I realized that something that I just started with, that I am not just a representative, I am a connector. And that is where I discovered the very first metrics of success: connectivity, connection. Something I speak over and over again until I feel that it stands heard up by all of you. One's network is their net worth. And your connections, they matter. Be it as simple as you walk outside your room, you see someone standing there at the door, putting the sledge out, and you just say maybe, Namaste bhaiya, aap kaise hain? Even that matters. But we do not realize the importance of these connections. And this is why we feel that at the most pavilion, when we are there, we feel that we are alone. Because we do not recognize, we do not acknowledge the presence of these people around. And well, especially as a tiny one, I'm just 5'2" people, too loud to say about that. But as a stronger voice from the power of the global south, if there's one thing that I would want you all to know is that you don't need to be a CEO to create value. You don't need to be able to sit in a room that echoes the same opinion. You can always stand out and make people feel heard alongside you. Few of my major takeaways that I would simply speak right now. Well, a spoiler for all of you that maybe you would have heard about them, but again, let's realize the importance of it together. First one, the foremost, something that I started my story with, traveling solo and self-funded isn't just a trip, it's a statement. My trip, sadly, people, I'm not a 99% scorer, so my trip wasn't funded by a scholarship. It was funded by sacrifices. I had let go of my outings, late night gigs, early morning hustle, taking sessions, mentoring people, trying to earn in a way that I can fund my own trip. So it is a testament in itself. Secondly, if we want a future worth living for, we need to start investing in people who will live it. We are not just the future, we are the present as well, something that we keep forgetting about, and we are just waiting to be activated. Your first investor should be you yourself, be it mentally, physically, economically, financially, be it in any way, but you should be your own first investor. Well, third, standing next to your country's flag in a country like Riyadh or in any other country per se, when you see thousands of flags right there, mind you feel that responsibility. It doesn't need a mic for you to be real. And when I was standing next to the Indian flag, for me, it was not just a photo op. It wasn't a competition. It was a moment of realization that sometimes certain things in your life, they would not echo in whispers. They would be as loud as you standing there right next to your country's flag, trying to represent it. Be it, maybe you don't know the 100% of it, but at least you're trying. So that realization, that makes you feel empowered, that makes you feel overwhelmed as well, but that makes you feel that you're being heard, you're right there for a purpose. So the third one. Fourth, right now also I'm wearing an Indian dress, I would say a kurti. Perhaps when I was in Riyadh, I was wearing a sari, which isn't too fashionable per se against your coats, but mind you, it's a quite cultural defiance in a global hall. I wore a sari in an international gathering to a world that often asks us that blend in. I feel that wearing this particular sari that I wore became my power, became an act of strength at my end. So that would be your fourth takeaway. Carry yourself with pride, no matter how you want to carry yourself. Fifth one, something I don't know if we relate to, but again, I do. Something that I started my talk as well with. Speaking Hindi on an international forum, we all feel that we are back home. I remember I was traveling in a cab and suddenly the person asked me, where do you want to go? Because I was not able to figure out the way, the path on the Riyadh roads. And by chance, because again, I come from India, I said, Bhaiya, please figure out kar lo. And then I hear from him, ma'am, I don't know how to speak Hindi. But then I realized at the same time that even though he could have just let that moment go, could have just asked me to step out of the cab, he rather took out his phone, turned on the translator, asked me, you speak in your own language. And actually he did that you speak in your own language, I will communicate in mine, but let's ensure that language for us is not a barrier. It is rather an emotional grounding. It is a linguistic pride that we carry ourselves with. And that was my fifth learning, something that probably as a diplomat in making, we do not realize much. Well, last, and I believe it's the most important one for me, we come from India. India has numbers. But mind you, the world won't remember us for that. They'll remember us for how and what we do with these numbers. We don't need permission to act. We need the will to start. We come from the largest youth population. We have the loudest potential. And that is why we all should choose to speak up. I've seen students from small towns lead climate conversations with international delegates. I've seen WhatsApp groups turn into your youth-led coalitions during the Sustainable Development Goal implementations on ground. So mind you, we have the power. All we need is someone to probably knock us once so that we know that we really need to act up now. And I've seen that sometimes, I think most of the times, the successful people in the room aren't the ones in the spotlight. They are the ones quietly ensuring that everyone else shines up. It's the people at the back, the behind the stage people, someone you probably would have never seen throughout your life. They are also making the change, but they have their own definition for it. And that is what we all need to stem upon. True success is not an applause, it's an action, not a status, but a service. Another thing about me, people, I come from an army background, and something that we have been all told that leave none of us behind, leave no one behind. And this is why I follow this definition in my own way. I mentor people, I talk to strangers, probably thousands of them who I would never see in future again. But I feel that with me, there comes a responsibility. With you, there comes a responsibility to ensure that if you see that someone else is falling behind, someone else is falling back, you don't leave them in silence, but rather you ensure that there comes a moment that you're helping them without a doubt, without any questions. Throughout my achievements, till now, I was talking about how my Riyadh trip was, how the feeling of representing the country was. But I would take you to the darker side of the story now, that my life has not always been the fairy tale one. I've been through an overthinking phase. I've been through days where I felt that probably I'm not doing well. Probably there is something that is still lacking behind, something that we don't talk much about, but imposter syndrome. We feel that even if we are doing the best, it's an obligation. We were supposed to do it. It's not an achievement for us. And throughout my process, throughout the days when I was feeling alone, there is one thing that stood out for me. Well, not friends, not family, rather Sundarkant. So you all must be wondering why Sundarkant, and I understand that maybe many of you would not be even aware of what Sundarkant is. So giving you a very dictionary meaning of the same, it's the 5th chapter of the epic book that we have, Ramayana, written by Maharishi Valmiki. But there is more to this chapter that we need to discuss about. We all love tales of victory. We feel that the flying leap across the oceans, the burning of Lanka, the triumph of Dharma, it sounds so powerful. It sounds goosebumps all around. But something that we need to pause to reflect upon is that one of the most human, one of the most intimate and the soul-stirring moments, even for Hanumanji, the mighty, the unshakable, was that he fell into despair the way we all do at certain times. And yes, you heard me right. Even Hanumanji had a moment in their life where he felt overwhelmed with doubt. He felt that he had uneven thoughts. And this is what makes you realize that completely alone in an unknown land full of enemies, Hanumanji was searching for Devi Sita, but still he could not find her. He was feeling left out. He wasn't sure whether he would be able to do it. And from self-doubt to imagining deadly consequences, even his mind spiraled, just like ours do. And that is why Sundarkant is not just a story of divine success, it's the map of a seeker's emotional and spiritual journey. It holds up a mirror to our own lives. How many times would you and I feel that, we are in the middle of a problem. We are feeling helpless. We are isolated and we are full of fear. We don't even know whether we'll be able to do it. And despite having family and friends, we feel alone. Despite trying our best, we see no results. Despite having faith, we feel defeated. And just like Hanumanji, even I, in my own story, before going to Riyadh, I fell into the trap of overthinking and magnifying the problem. But here, I would share the true lesson that is something that's very, very close to my heart, that even in the midst of darkness, if he himself spoke the words of light, that non-depression is the key to all success, and absence of despair is the greatest comfort that one can have. Self-reliance, it promotes all successes. Whatever action a human does is made of a successful action that one takes willingly, and therefore I and you will act with firm determination and non-depression. Something probably technical, but mind you, we are living the definition that was given by Hanumanji throughout our life. And this is why I relate to it to the most. So the next time someone asks you, what's your biggest achievement? Don't just say a job title. Don't just give it a brand name. Rather say that you have built something from scratch. You have asked difficult questions to yourself. You have made an impact without a noise. Because there's a passport to success worth carrying for. And not one stamped by geography, but it's stamped by your growth, your courage, your determination, and your willpower to earn and achieve. So, well, in the last, yes, I've traveled alone. I've returned home carrying all of it with me. Something that we both share, something that we all share, something that the entire universe shares, our dreams, our language, our flag, our potential, and above all, our identity that doesn't need to shout to be proud. It just needs to be showed up with truth. Because when we represent India, we do not just stand for a country, we stand for a culture, for a billion voices. And this is why something that I would leave myself with an identification for billions of voices and billions of dreams, and one youth delegate standing right in front of you trying to achieve it. So if it can be me, why it cannot be you? So in the end, Sujalam Sifalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Vande Mataram, something that we all should stand for. And let's not take it as a slogan, but a responsibility. Jai Hind, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really patriarchal, or you can say inspirational at best. And we have one simple question before we let you go. You have mentored over 50,000 individuals and many delegates, Indian delegates. Can you tell us that one thing that people misunderstand or misinterpret youth individuals about leadership or personal branding or representation?
Correct. That's a very good question to ask me for. One simple thing that we all misinterpret, even I do, that you might be feeling that I'm better than you. You might be feeling that just because I am mentoring you, that means I am supposed to be at a pedestal that's always going to be looked up by you upwards. Never. You as a junior, or you as someone who's second in command, or you as someone who probably feels that I am just starting my own journey, you can still make it better and fast forward the legacy that I might be carrying at my level. And something that I would also like to stem upon, that us on this side of the pedestal, as someone who's mentoring people around, we should always ensure that we are the stepping stone. We are that staircase जिस पे चढ़कर एक बंदा और आगे पहुंचेगा. We should not be the people that we are the gurus of the circuit, or we are the gurus of the nation, or we are the gurus of the universe. No, that is something that we need to think a little more about. And at your level, never think that you're less. Rather, never even think that the other person knows more. Maybe they're just trying to calculatively tell you things, because again, no one likes the idea of someone else doing far better. The brutal world.
Ma'am, continuation to the last question and your brilliant answer. What do you think that the people, like our school has promoted many these global platforms, sustainability platforms that our classmates have joined. But what do you think are the key features that everyone should have in mind representing their own nation?
Right. One, represent your own country with culture. Something that I've noticed, that when we are at that pedestal, we tend to miss our own culture, because the other side, very openly speaking, the westernization seems very fancy on the face of it. So always remember that you are the voice of the global south, you are the power of the global south. That's one. Secondly, always pave your confidence in your actions. Could be as simple as that maybe you're not well versed with English. So what? Hindi exists. So does your local dialects. And why not? Instead of you being on the side that wants that, oh, I need to learn this particular language, rather tell the other person that even you can try to take a step forward and try to understand what am I trying to say. I'm willing to hear, but at the same time I want to be heard. So keep that boundary maintained. Third, never overthink. I know it's very easy for me to say as a certified overthinker, but at the same time I feel that the more young you are, the faster you can try to keep a hold on your emotions. So captivating your emotions when you know that maybe success is not coming your way is very important. So that would be it from my end.
That was such an inspiration of an answer. And thank you so much for being with us once again for your time and your perspective. But we will be moving on to the next segment. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
As we continue this journey of ideas worth spreading, we have something special to share with you. At TEDx, we celebrate not just powerful ideas, but also the rich expressions of culture, tradition, and art that shape how we experience the world.
With that in mind, please join me in welcoming Ananya Shah, who will be gracing the stage with a captivating sitar performance. Take a moment to immerse yourself in the emotion and elegance of sound, to slow down and to appreciate the beauty that often speak louder than words. That truly was a beautiful performance. That soul-stirring music reminds us how sound alone can create space for reflection, emotion, and connection without a single word. And now, carrying the sense of presence and inspiration forward, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Every once in a while, a voice comes along that makes us pause and reflect. Up next is someone who turned a vision into a movement. He's a Harvard Act to Impact awardee, TEDx speaker, and the founder and COO of Aspirant Learning, one of India's fastest growing educational ventures. From soft skills to rural education, he's impacting over 1 million young lives. Give it up for Adash Kumar Singh. Let's welcome him on board.
Thank you so much. A lovely introduction, definitely. It is my pleasure to be here on board for the TEDx that is being organized at Sunbeam Bhagwanpur. When it comes to the things that both of the co-hosts talked about, so majorly in today's talk, I'll be covering three things. Starting with, first of all, so often when we are in school, because I'm mostly catering to an audience from school, I'll be keeping it specifically for them. When we are in school specifically, we often are told that we should work on a lot of things. If you want to be an entrepreneur, often because of Shark Tank, everyone wants to create something new. They want to put their vision out there. However, the biggest problem that we face when we are in high school, we're asked to solve problems which we may ourselves have not faced. The biggest problem, which I personally feel that today's generation tries to solve, is not what they are facing currently. So that is what I'm majorly going to be talking about. A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adash Singh. Academically, I graduated as a mechanical engineer, not because my parents forced me, but because I had a core interest for physics specifically. I've changed about 8 schools till I graduated. Not because my parents were in army or because I was a bad student, but because my dad had to shift places for his job. When I was changing from one school to the other, there was only one common thing that I always had. That one common thing was stage. Whichever school that I went to, there was always a stage. I always was that kid who always wanted to be seen, who always wanted to be heard. But the biggest problem that I faced, as much as I was really interested, as much as ambitious I was, the biggest problem that I used to face was whenever I used to go on stage, my legs used to shake. If not that, when I got control over that, this is something which other students might have also faced. If my legs were not shaking, and if I had control over them, I would just forget what I had to speak. I would forget the first line that I had to speak. Now, when I had control over my legs and when I made sure that my mind is sharp, the other problem was, and I often question myself, what am I doing wrong that I'm not able to get selected? What am I doing wrong that I am not getting the opportunities which others are? And that is majorly where my venture started from. The real reason I started my venture was for students like me, because I kept on changing from one school to the other, and I was always the new kid, always. And I always used to feel scared in a new crowd, because obviously whenever you go to a new crowd, it takes time for others to understand who you are, what do you do. In order to solve that problem, and no, it's not that I was not already participating or I was not confident when I was in school. Even though I used to be completely nervous, even after that, I used to participate in a lot of competitions. Still, I wanted to be seen more, heard more. That is when I came up with the idea of aspirant learning. The reason for starting aspirant learning and what we do right now is, I can't expect a child who himself does not feel confident to come and speak on stage, who himself does not want to even ask a question, to suddenly come and give fabulous speeches on stage. Does not mean that they don't want to. Just because someone's nervous, just because someone's scared, does not mean that the stage does not inspire them. So what we as of now, and because I understood at a very young age that students really don't care about competitions. When we are in school, we really don't care about competitions. What we care is that we're able to present ourselves in front of a crowd of 50 people, 100 people, 300 people. Competition comes second to us. Learning comes first. We also want to learn. But the biggest problem that we face is that we feel nervous. That is the reason I started with the skill labs at Aspirant Learning. As of now, we run skill labs in different places. Now, these skill labs are mostly focused on problems which I personally saw. I saw that students feel nervous. I saw that if someone wants to make their CV, there is hardly any ideation. I saw that students who have a keen interest in, let's say, graphic designing, but they feel that this is something out of our league. This is something which we cannot do. This is from a time when Canva was not there. There are students who are interested in photography and videography, but they don't have any direction. They don't have anyone to give a direction to them. That is when I came up with the idea. Now, the reason why I'm informing this, often the biggest problem that is there in everywhere, that is we try to solve problems which we ourselves don't know, which I've said in the beginning. So what to do? In case, and today I'll be specifically talking about, in case you're in school and you want to start your own venture, what are the things that you need to take care of without spending any money? When I started my venture 8 years ago, I did not spend any money on it. Till now, I've never taken money from anywhere. We are a bootstrapped company. We have not been funded by anyone. It has been running and it is not in loss. By God's graces, we've never faced any loss. The first thing, the first step in order for you to start a venture of your own when you are in school, the very first step is think about problems that you are facing. You will always be able to find a very unique solution if you yourself are facing that problem. When you yourself are able to relate with the client, you're yourself able to relate with your customers, the people who will be using your services, the people who will be using your product. If that is something which you yourself are facing a problem in, you'll definitely be able to come up with a unique problem because that problem is personal to you. In high school, you don't need to solve global issues. No. Solve issues, first of all, which are personal to you, which you can relate, which you have yourself gone through for a year or two. The second thing, that is unlocking wealth without opening your wallet. Now, what do I mean unlocking your wealth without opening your wallet? What I did was, because obviously, in order for you to start your venture, you obviously will need some capital. The very first thing that me and my co-founder did, we made an experiment batch. If you have a product, if you have a service, if you have any idea, first experiment it in a batch. Do it completely free of cost. When you make the second batch, try to charge a nominal fees and understand if people are willing to pay for it. The money that you generate from that experiment batch, utilize that to finally register your venture. Because obviously, in order for you to start your venture, you always don't need to spend lakhs of money. No. First of all, now when I say first experiment batch would be people who already know you. They would not expect high luxury things from you. They would expect to listen to you what you're wanting to say. Second, one of the other reasons that which I personally faced was, I used to feel that young edtech entrepreneurship, let's say if you want to go in the edtech industry and you're very young at an age, you're not 30, 40, people will question you. It is going to be as tough as possible. You can't expect a room full of 30 people for a room full of people of age 40 or age 30 to suddenly listen to you and expect that everyone will come and clap for you. No, they question you for your age. Being young is always going to be tough in the journey of entrepreneurship, but it is also rewarding because it gives you more time. If someone else starts at the age of 30, you're starting at the age of 16. You have more time to experiment. You have more time which allows you to fail. I personally, when I started, I've personally failed 7 times before finally figuring out what we are going to do with it. And when we did figure it out, we were able to operate in 7 cities. Now, when I say that you need to have an experiment batch, that is majorly because your product, when you create something, you will always feel it's the best. However, testing is very important. When I started with my organization, with my venture, I personally felt that we are the best. Until others came to me and said that, sir, this is something which is missing. This is something which we don't relate with. And that is when we started pivoting. You need to pivot in order for your venture to be always unique in front of others. Till now, my parents don't understand what I do. And often that will be a case. Let's say if you're working on something which only you understand, your parents would never understand. They would never understand why my child suddenly wants to create something new, wants to experiment with something new. They might not understand. My parents still don't. It's been 8 years. Well, not true. Over the last 1 year, they've started to finally understand a few things. There will come a time where they will start understanding. But when your parents don't understand, you can't expect the world to understand. Your business, it is a puzzle. It is a puzzle which only you can solve. So often you'll feel disheartened that people are not able to understand my idea, because it is your idea. You first need to work on it. You first need to experiment on it. When you experiment it with people, they will be the spokesperson for your venture. Now, often people say that we should always have a plan B. I feel when you're in school, you should not have a plan B. I did not have a plan B. I feel one of the major reasons why I am now able to operate in 7 cities, I started my business when I was in school. I finished my engineering while working on my business, and now I'm full-time working on it. I don't think so I would have been able to do it if I had a plan B that, oh, if this is my hobby, I can probably go and pursue something else. I always had that as a plan A. When you're in school, you have that privilege that you don't need to worry about a plan B. You need to focus only on your plan A. Now, a biggest problem which you will definitely face is often when you start with your venture, you want to do everything by yourself. Now, I am pretty sure some of you might have already heard this, that fueling your company and the team always is a big success, because that is finally what works out. The biggest problem that I personally faced was that I used to do everything. I used to try to do everything by myself. I used to make sure that everything goes under my eyes. I used to make sure that if there is even 1% error done by someone in my team, I will take over the job and I will do it myself. In beginning, it works out because you have less work. However, as you move on, that becomes the biggest hurdle, for the simple reason being you cannot be there at 7 places at the same time. In beginning, you will feel that, oh, now you might say that, sir, we're in school. We are starting small, so we can do everything on our own. That is not a problem. No, that is where the problem is. If your system in the beginning is you yourself doing everything, then that is exactly what the system is going to be even after 10 years. And I hope that your ventures go on for 10 years. If you don't create a system in beginning, it is going to be 50% more hard for you to later on create a system. Creating a system and relying on people is very important. Now, few things that you need to understand and you need to follow when you're running your business. You might disapprove of what other people say, but you need to defend their right to say it till the death. As the quote goes, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend it to the death. Your right to say it. The reason I'm telling you this is you might feel that the other person is completely wrong. They're not understanding us. They are questioning us too much. But you need to allow them to question you. If you don't allow them to question you, you will never be able to make your product a better version. If only 2 people like it and 8 people hate it, then it is not working out. You need to make your product, your service, which is likable to everyone, which is understood by everyone. If someone is not able to understand it, it's your responsibility to mold it in such a way. Often you will feel that you have lost a battle, that you failed, something did not work out. If you lost, it's not because you're the worst. If you won, it's not because you're the best. Sometimes stars align for you and things work out. Sometimes stars don't align for you and things don't work out. It has nothing to do with you where you feel that, oh, I lost and now I'm the worst. In how to cope up with it. If you get one negative comment, even if you get one negative comment, start thinking about 5 positive comments that you have received. Now, this might sound very simple, but the next time this happens with you, try to do it. You will not be able to. For the simple reason being, often we think more about negatives, but less about positives. So the day you start thinking about your positives more instead of negatives, things will start becoming better. Delegating your work, as I said before, is an essential part of not just your team's growth, but your growth. If you're delegating from beginning, your team as well as you both will grow exponentially. In the end, I'm extremely glad to be on this panel. We live in a world of maybes and stories, and every smile tells us a story. So, in this world where everyone is trying to share a story, maybe just smile and listen to their story. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing that with us, sir. Your journey was truly inspiring. So we have some questions from the chat box, which I'd like to share to you. One is that was it difficult for you to go from a place where, as you said, your parents didn't know or they didn't share the same perspective to you, or where you are an internationally recognized individual?
So I'll be very honest. My parents, even when I went to international places, when I got an international platform, they used to think that I'm just speaking, that my profession and my work is just to go on stage and people listen to me. They never understood what they listen. They never understood what I actually do. They never understood the skill labs that I done. And frankly, the day that they finally understood was when one of these places we were organizing in seminar kind of sorts. We had somewhere around 800 students where we were organizing it in collaboration of UN. I invited my parents to that event as a guest. Now, as a child, it was extremely special for me. They still did not understand. They came to the ceremony, they attended it, they were the guests. They were felicitated by the dignitaries there. They still did not understand exactly what I do. But I feel that after a point, if your parents are trusting you and they're allowing you to do something, they're already doing their part. We need to understand that our parents do love us. Often we don't understand it because their definition of love is very different to the definition of love that we follow. They do love, but we don't feel that because our definitions are different. So they did support in the way that they could. It's just that their definition of support was very different.
Yes, very good answer. So was that journey or that change difficult for you to go through?
Definitely, I personally feel if your parents, if your friends, if the people around you, if they don't understand what you do, they will obviously go ahead and share few negative criticisms with you. But as tough as it might be, it only makes you stronger. I personally feel if your friends, if your family members, they critique you, they are in some way or the other, they prepared me for the people outside. If there's someone outside now, let's say I go and meet someone who's 35, who's 40, and they might critique for what I do, I don't feel scared. I'm able to answer them confidently. That's majorly because my parents and my friends made it that way.
Wow, so that was a beautiful answer. So thank you for joining us, sir. Now we'll be moving on to the next segment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so success isn't always about reaching the top. It's about knowing where you stand and why. Our next speaker brings a lens of thought that is both grounding and eye-opening. What began as a lockdown project soon became a cultural statement. Co-founder of the Banarasi clothing label Safety Pins, she blends heritage handloom with modern storytelling. Featured in Vogue India and celebrated for reimagining the Banarasi sari, let's hear the journey of Disha Shah. Let's welcome her on board with us.
Hi guys. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to thank you, Sunbeam Group, for inviting me here today. It's obviously an honor to be here, like to celebrate such a platform. So I'm Disha Shah. I'm 21 years old, and I'm from Varanasi itself, city which is known for its evergreen, timeless Banarsi sarees. So I'm the co-founder at Safety Pins. It's an online platform for Banarsi sarees and suits. Today we have over 850K followers on Instagram. We've been featured in Vogue India. We've exhibited at different parts of the country, but none of this started like as a business plan. It started with passion and pandemic, of course. So let me take you back to it. So I come from a family that's already been into sari business for like 150 years. I'm the fourth generation into this wholesale textile Banarsi business. So my grandfather and ancestral family contributed a lot in creating vast range of designer Banarsi sarees and getting it available in the market. So I've always, like as a child, I've always been around weavers, trying to understand their field of work and how delicately they design each and every sari. And I was obviously very much intrigued by it. Like as a kid, definitely every time I was very curious about how it's done and all. So I've always been into it. So in our family as a young child, I had a desire to contribute in one step modification of Banarsi textiles. We used to have setups where saris were woven and then passed through multiple processes to be delivered as an end product. But like literally Banarsi sari is a masterpiece. Like it is not made in hours. It takes weeks, months to get it done. Like first design is drawn and then it's put out into jacquard punch cards, and carefully the artisans, they interlace the zari and silk threads. So it's basically very laborious and like very thoughtful, intricate process. So that's the main reason why Banarsi fashion, it's not a trend. It's always timeless. It's always in fashion. It's never gone out of style. It's not just a fabric. It's art, it's history, and it's emotion woven together. So let me take you back, like how it actually started 3-4 years ago when I was just in school. So basically, when I was in school at that time, I wasn't planning to join my family trade. I was totally against it. I was curious about my family business, but it never interested me that much. But I've always wanted to go into medical and wanted to become a doctor and stuff. So in 11th, I took science. I was serious. I wanted to become a doctor at that point. Then came COVID. So everyone knows how difficult it was at that time. Each businesses, they face some or the other issues to keep their game intact in the market. Similarly happened with us. That's something I thought, something shifted inside me. I thought, what if I can help? Even at 6, I was in 11th at that point. I thought I should help as a kid also, as a student also I could help. So my Gen Z brain opened up Instagram. I started scrolling and getting explored by the idea of how I can get online Banarsi sarees to the market, right? So one of my biggest dream was to give people the real feel of Banarsi sarees without without them having to step into the store. I wanted our customers to experience the richness and like authenticity of Banaras right at their doorstep. When someone thinks of like Banarsi sarees, I just wanted them to get the name of safety pins in their mind. So that's the level of heart I put into it, not just selling sarees, but building a full experience from loom to your doorstep. So this was the starting of Safe Tippins, like an Instagram page where I showcase Banarsi sarees from our wholesale stock. So my journey was literally a great one. I remember I used to come back home from school, study, and then make reels in the sunlight, which was at that point the best form of light for me. No fancy lights, no camera crew, nothing, just a phone. And my mom used to explain each and every product with love and care. I posted on every other platform like Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Like Instagram was definitely the major source for us, but we used to be there on every platform. I didn't knew what I was doing, but I was very consistent to my daily postings. Like every day I used to do it without fail, without waiting for any results, just like endlessly. And then one day it just happened to be like one of our reels, it got viral. Like over 1 million of views in some days, and it was my mom in that reel. So after that my DMs were like filled with lot of queries. Orders started pouring in, and it was just me. I was alone replying to each and every queries at that time, packing every sarees. It used to be late night, but it was fun to pack each and every sarees by ourselves, and then replying to every queries, shooting every reel. Well, I was still studying science at that point. I was in my 11th end, and my 12th was about to begin. And, it was very difficult to balance two things at that point. It was like literal chaos, but it was a beautiful chaos for me. In the beginning, like when people started ordering from us, we weren't perfect. sometimes there were issues, like we faced challenges, but one thing we always did, like we used to listen to each and every problem faced by our customers. Like we faced challenges, but it was very good for us. Like we used to get onto every single problems what our customer faced. We always we tried to fix it immediately, no excuses. We took every feedback seriously at that point. And even like today also, we are constantly working on our flaws to make sure that we deliver nothing but the best Banarsi sarees to our customers. Because for us, it's not just about selling, it's about growing, improving, and building trust every like single day. And today, even years of hard work, it's been 3 4 years we've started, and I'm 21 right now. It's been quite good years, and I'm still learning, loving the process. We've like right now we've built something more valuable than sales. We have definitely built that trust where when someone sees a sari and says, oh, this is safe tip in saris, and they actually trust our quality, and that's the greatest feeling of all. That recognition means everything to me, like for now, because it tells us that we're not running a brand, we're becoming a name that people believe in. Like it all sounded good, like it's all sound good right now, but it's not easy. Like people don't see how much behind the scene, like how much grind is there behind the scenes. So managing a business isn't just about like posting nice pictures, going viral, putting up reels. It's just about showing every single day, even when you're tired, even when there's no one clapping for you. There are days when I single-handedly reply to every queries, DMs with same amount of love, patience. This is definitely a work of patience. You'd absolutely require it, because I know when someone chooses a Banarsi sari, they're not just buying fabric, they're investing in a lifetime memory, a dream, a tradition. So I've always felt that if they can if they can like trust us that much, so why not we should also invest into it. We should be fully dedicated. It's hard. There are nights that I don't sleep. There are days I skip outing with my friends, like, and celebrations and all, just to make sure that every customer they get the best of experience. I don't have a huge team. It's literally 3 4 of us, very small. For a long time, it was just me and my mom. Okay, so she'd be the voice on the video, and I'd be the one behind the scenes, editing each and every reel, uploading, replying. It was like literally a hectic process for me. But sometimes when things they get overwhelming, I remind myself why I started. I didn't begin this journey for success, fame, nothing as such. It's just I wanted to be self-independent from a very young age. I had this thing that even if I'm in school, I just wanted to be on myself, up on myself. I used to be there to help out my family. I wanted, people to see the beauty of Benares, not just like a city, but just like a breathing art form. I realized at those moments, I realized something very important. It is okay that if you don't follow the crowd, it's fine. It's okay that your 20s, they look different. It's okay that you don't have fun and going partying around with your friends in your 20s. Sometimes it's just purpose. Sometimes it means like just waking up every day to build something that really matters. Life doesn't follow your plans. Like I wanted to become a doctor. I was passionate about it since like till my 11 12. I was really passionate about it, but I used to fill out college forms endlessly, not knowing what I wanted. But life, it takes a beautiful unexpected turn. And very recently we had the chance to exhibit in US, which I didn't even dream of. And we got huge crowd base over there. Every single person was crazy about Banarsi sarees. And while I landed in US, I saw that Safety Pins was featured in Vogue India under the top 10 Banarsi brands, which is like a tremendous achievement for me, because I never thought of it. Like I thought this little idea from my room, it went international. It just proves that God has got very big plans. You just have to trust the process, believe in yourself, trust the process, don't rush. Let life surprise you, because it definitely will. Even if you're very at a very young age, you'll get the purpose of your life. And most importantly, your dreams are valid, even if they look different from others, even if they begin with a reel and a sari and everything. So we life, it has a very different way of working according to me. Like, we plan things certain way, we think we know what's best of us, but god has got like different plans. Sometimes, delay, it's not denial, so you have to wait very patiently. And trust yourself, I would say. Today I see myself designing Banarsi sarees for brides, and it gives me the same kind of purpose, like that same kind of pride. That's the beauty of life. Like, the dream, they still come true, just in different colors. Earlier I wanted to be a doctor, now I'm just into designing. And that time I was little, I used to think about it, like all my friends were going out exploring new colleges, cities. I was at home, I was juggling between shoots, reels. And I wouldn't lie, sometimes I used to feel that I was missing things out. Like, I didn't have the same life which all my friends had. So, but at the other day, when I used to see someone wearing my Banarsi sarees, I used to feel that feeling was priceless for me at that point. I used to remind myself that you don't have to live like others. You have to make your life more meaningful than others. And it's all about that. It's all about adding meaning to your life and others' life. So it's like detour. It's always detour is actually your real path. You're not behind, you're just on a different road. Your journey is custom made. And the seeds you plant in silence, they'll always bear good fruits one day. So that's how life goes on, slowly, beautifully. So I'd like to tell you guys one thing, that if you all are feeling lost right now, thinking about what would happen, what career you would like to pursue next, you don't have to figure it out that impatiently. You just have to breathe. You're not supposed to have all the answers in your 20s or 25s. Just focus on what is in front of you. Maybe it could be your family business, just like mine. It could be a little small silly idea in your head. Okay, but you don't need a big spotlight to begin. It's to show up, stay curious, work hard in silence, and life will definitely surprise you with its own, like, different plans. Because at the end of the day, it's not about chasing achievements, it's about trusting the process. It's about believing in yourself. And when I think of redefining success, I realize success isn't always about degrees, college tags, or climbing fixed ladder. For me, success was always about showing up every day for my dreams, even when there was no one for me. Success was when a bride smiled in Banarsi sari, and when I packed order at literally midnight with lots of huge queries. So, when success for me is that when someone says that you've made Banaras proud, and that's the immense thing for me. Like, when I see people in my field saying that you've made Banaras proud, that's the biggest achievement for me, like, till now. So I didn't chase success. I just followed purpose, and success quietly followed behind it. It just happened for me. So yeah, so follow your path. And I believe what true success is, like, when you stay honest to your roots, follow your gut over trends, and build something with wholeheartedly. That's when you truly redefine success. So I would like to say to all of you, like, if I like if you want to start something, you should start it right now. Start planning about it in very very early age. Like, you don't need a perfect plan, you just need a little bit of courage. You just need to plant a seed, and gradually it would turn up into something very good. When I started Safe Tippins, I didn't have any investors, a big team, or any special. I didn't have any business degree as such. All I had was my phone little idea in my head that I want to do something which has to turn very big eventually. So you don't have to wait for the right time. It's just right, just leave it, stop doubting yourself and start doing. Start small, make maybe just an Instagram page, maybe just one product, but make it with your heart. Show up with consistency. Believe me, you don't have to be big to begin. You have to begin to become big, right? And trust me, there's no other better feeling than seeing your own brand, your creation to, like, becoming bring joys to someone's life. So there's nothing bigger than this. That moment when when a stranger chooses your product and says this is beautiful, that is the best moment. So if you're waiting for a sign, this is the sign. What I'm saying right now, this could be a sign for you guys to start very soon. Start a page, tell an art, create that idea, because every big brand which you see today, they started right away. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was such a nice story to hear how safety pins started. But before we let you go, can we have some questions?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
So the first question is that in your initial stages when you were in school and started this Instagram page and it's one reel that went viral, did you face any backlash or any scams, any such things that have been a challenge for you at that time?
Yeah, once, like, one of our reels which went viral. I was a kid that time, so I know how to see like which went viral, and one of our reels, it hit across like 1 million within 6-7 days, and we got a lot of queries, like our phones were like totally bursting out of messages, and it was very difficult. I didn't take it as a scam because I knew ki viral hona was a thing, so I didn't take it like that. But yeah, it was a big hectic for me. Like, I had to reply to each and every messages. I didn't had a team then, and my mom didn't had much into it, ki how to reply and stuff. So I was totally into it, and I know I had to handle it myself. Not a scam, but yeah, it was just a natural organic process.
Thank you, ma'am, for telling us that. And one last question that we would like to ask you is that at this young age, where you had a mindset of going into the medical field, but yet you were so connected with your culture and your family tradition, how did you manage both academics and this family business and also create this big of a company?
As a kid, I always, deep down my heart, I always wanted to become into, like, come into this family business and thing, but I don't know why I wanted to, like, do something which is different. I always had this thing that I want to do something different, but maybe it's God's plan that I want to come into my own family business only, to extend it, to like make it more modernized. It definitely, it was a tough challenge because taking science in 11th 12th, it's not easy, and it's very tough to balance each and every subjects together. Like, I used to study the whole day, work all night. It's very difficult, but at one point you have to choose between things, like, which is in your way, right? You have to choose between what you want to do next. So I chose this, and I was creative at that point with everything. So yeah, I chose to come into this business only. It's a tough challenge, but of course it's fine. You can always have choices.
And ma'am, also we have this one question from our live chat that did you ever like regret not going into the medical field as it was your dream after all?
No, it's definitely for something good only. Whatever happens, it happens for good. So I don't have any regrets in my life. Whether it's not working, if I would have been into it, it wouldn't have worked out. Like, I would never be in a situation to step down. I would always work hard to get it. कि इसको करना ही है types. So I would never be into that position. So it's fine. I've not chosen medical. Yeah.
And ma'am, did you ever plan that this family tradition would once become this women-led brand? Did you have this in your mind that you will create this into a women-led and empowering brand, or just a family business after all?
Not a, I all Once I started, I thought that I want to do something which is going to be massive. So while doing, I had this, I wouldn't do it something which is less. I had this thing that I was very confident at that time. In my 11th, 12th, I was very confident that I'm going to create something which has to be massive. It was my dream to create something massive. Maybe 10 years, 5 years doesn't matter for me. So, work hard in your 20s, enjoy in your 30s. That was my goal at that point. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really interactive. And if you have anything else to tell us about how we can also redefine success, it would be really great of a goodbye.
Just start off at a very early age. Matlab, it should not be like if you're still studying, you should always be into that key. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'll see. Just take one niche and start at a very young age. Start planning about things at a very young age. So it would be a best thing for your, like, it would be the best decision, I would say, for your entire life. You don't have to wait for college to get over and then waiting for your degree to be there. Just make your own degree, I would say. So start, whether it's your family business, doesn't matter. You have to create a modernization in every field, right? So start at a very young age. So you're gonna be like you have to make value. You have to add value to others' life and as well as yours. So yeah, that's what my thing is always. And be confident over yourself. Never regret your decisions. That's the major thing for me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. We were really glad to have you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Now we will be moving on to the next segment of our lineup. In a world full of noise, our next speaker is one who speaks with intention and impact. With a presence across 5 continents and over 18,000 sessions delivered, our next speaker is a master of inner journey. Founder of Molding Thoughts, he is a psychologist, life coach, and a motivational speaker, helping people align purpose with peace. Let's welcome him on board, Dr. Nitan Saraswat. The floor is all yours, sir.
Hi, unfortunately, I'm not able to see myself. So I think there's a technical, now I'm able to see. Thank you. So it's wonderful to be with you guys. And before we start this conversation, I would ask you all to ask yourself a question. Ask yourself, what does youth mean? Because until we describe youth, anything else is meaningless. So when I say youth, are you counting age? Are you saying what is your age that defines youth? Then you're wrong. What defines youth for you? Youth is defined by endless abundance of energy. So if you ask me to start and stop this conversation even here, I have redefined success for you. If you have abundance of channelized energy, please read my lips. If you have abundance of channelized energy, energy with a purpose, you have defined success for yourself. Unfortunately, we look at success from a lens that is not our own lens. So let's first talk about success. Then I will take you on my route, the spice route. So if I ask you, how do you, when I say the word success, what comes to your mind? Can you please think of it just like this? Okay, when Nitin says success, what comes to my mind? And I promise you one thing. Don't be surprised if nothing comes to your mind, or only marks come to your mind, or only appreciation comes to your mind. So most of the times, when we say success, we are actually looking at result, a positive result. And that is why whatever you are doing, success becomes the buzzword. And as they say, nothing succeeds like success. But have we defined it right for ourselves? Is success only the positive result? Or success is much beyond that? The problem is that we have gotten the manual of someone else. we have never tried to create a manual of our own for our success. That is why you might be a monkey and looking at a fish and trying to succeed like a fish. And unfortunately, if you are a monkey trying to be a fish and looking for success, all you're going to do is you're going to have loads of disappointment. And believe me, I know loads of monkeys who have been trying to be a fish and thinking they are not successful. No, you have been trying to be what you are not. That is why you are terming it the result that you're getting, you're terming it as not success or even failure. There's an irony. The more you strive for success, the harsher the pressure for success becomes, and the harsher the pressure for success becomes, more difficult it gets to succeed. Isn't it ironical? We want to be successful. Everybody is applauding success, but nobody is saying, hey, the first route towards success goes when you're unlocking your potential. And you know what? What is the worst thing for your potential, your ability? That is pressure and stress. Pressure is not bad, but when you do not know how to handle pressure, when the pressure goes to extreme, it gets converted into stress. And the moment it is stress, that is the time you start buckling down, and the more wanted success starts becoming more elusive for you. So let me introduce you to my concept of the spice route to success. When I say spice, what comes to your mind? Are you reminded of the kitchen where you might have seen something that you never notice? Yes, I'm talking about those innocuous things you might not have noticed. Okay, let me ask you a question. What is your favorite spice? Don't mind. I know you won't be able to answer it because you don't pay heed to those spices. You look at the pastas, the pizzas, the burgers, etc., 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 but you never know why you like all of them. You like all of them because they have those right mix of spices. But guess what? It is true about everything in your life. Everything in your life is exactly the right mix of spices. And that right mix of spices, if you know A, what you're cooking, and B, if you know how to cook it, believe me, you can make every dish that your life is very tasty. Now let's cook success together with our spice route, the life theory of spices. Before I go ahead, let me take you to the food. For living, the first thing that you require, what is the biggest pleasure your life gives you? One of the biggest and the most repeated pleasure that you get in your life is food. No, it is the taste. No, it is the taste maker. And what is the taste maker? The spice, the mix of spices. And unfortunately, that goes unnoticed. And that is why sometimes the dish of success that you are cooking, just because the mix of your spices is not right, it doesn't taste right. You think the dish is not fine. No, the dish was fine. Only the spice and the combination of spices and the amount of spices, that was not right. And that is what happens when you describe yourself, oh my God, I'm not a success. Let me start you with a real life story of one of my counseling clients. Just for the sake of confidentiality, I have removed the names of the places, etc., etc. So I was working with an organization and a person came to me and he was always laughed at. And I would request you to please relate to it. because maybe deep down inside you would find somewhere that, okay, that is the spice. We are looking at the spice missing. Fine. So if you can find out in this person's case what was the spice missing, I bet you will be able to do it for yourself when the time asks for it. The first takeaway of our conversation: every time the dish you're cooking, dish is whatever effort you're putting. Always remember, if it doesn't taste good, it doesn't taste good means if the result is not according to you, look at the mix of spices. Look at the ingredients you're putting in it. Because remember, success will come through your spices. So let me tell you the story. And I want you to crack the Da Vinci code of spices. So this person was among the junior level managers of an organization. And I was delivering sessions for this organization. And this person was given a task to take me to the places where we were delivering these sessions. The city which we were delivering sessions in is a very big city, one of the biggest cities in India. And this person often used to forget the shortest route to reach that place. And sometimes Google can be very misleading also. So because I was believing in this person to lead me, and this person was misleading me. And every time this person was becoming a butt of jokes. And the head of this organization told me, do not waste your time on this person. We will get you another person, but please stay away from this person because we are going to fire this guy. This guy, once I was in the hotel room, this guy came and he cried literally with tears. He said, I did my MBA with a loan. I have a loan to pay. I have parents to look after. And I know these guys are going to fire me very soon. I spent 2 hours with this guy just fixing his ingredients, his spices. And guess what? This guy was to be fired, but 3 years later, I got a call and this guy told me he has been made the state head of the same organization. What changed? Efforts changed? No, he was very hardworking. What changed? The right mix of spices changed. Something clicked after that 2 hours of conversation. And when the 2 hours of conversation ended, this guy was a different person. No credit to me, because I have spoken to many people and sometimes they are not able to catch what spice is making their dish bad. Can you crack what spice it was that was missing? What was the wrong spice he was using? And what was the spice that was missing? Let me help you. The spice that was missing was impact. He was missing the impact. He was not able to see what impact he can create. He was very, very scared. Whenever you are scared, you always miss what kind of an impact you can create. And when you do not know what kind of an impact you can create, you will never ever be able to reach the contentment from your work. And then your work starts becoming absolute something that bogs you down, that starts putting pressure on you. And then the words like burnout, brain fag, boredom, etc., 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 start sinking in. How many of you have been putting the wrong spice of fear into your dishes, be it your education or be it whatever you are doing? Every time you're putting the spice of fear, tell yourself, that's what Nitin said, the dish is going to be an absolute disaster because I'm putting the wrong spice in it. So before I take you on the journey of spice route, success, the spice route, I want you to check and look for this person X in you and ask yourself a very simple question. How many times I have been scared while acting? Because the moment you are scared while acting, remember, being scared before you start is absolutely fine. Being scared while you are acting and you are putting in effort is not fine. Being scared before you start, no problem. That's called nervousness. That's a nervous energy. It's a very good thing. It's good to be nervous before you start doing anything. But the moment you are into it, like I am talking to you right now, am I enjoying it or am I not enjoying it? If I'm enjoying it, it is going to be a good dish. It will reach you here, not here. But if I'm not enjoying it, if I'm not enjoying talking to you, if it is a chore to me, it's not going to have, I'm not going to create a good dish. So the first thing I'm doing right now, I have no pressure. How do you like this? I have done my work. My spices are right. And now I'm just relishing cooking my dish. Can you do the same? No matter what dish you cook, life is your kitchen. Whatever you're doing, consider it's a dish that you cook. And now ask yourself, am I enjoying it? And if you are enjoying it, believe me, success is just a matter of time. Right spices. So let me introduce you to the word spice. And I request everyone, please make sure next time you are putting an effort, take the right spices with you. I will talk about the wrong spices also. But let's first start with the positive intent. Let's start talking about the right spices. Do you have the right spices? So let's break this word spice. S-P-I-C-E. So S, whatever you do, can you create authentic smile? And please remember the word here, authentic smile. When do you have the authentic smile? When you own what you do. What does it mean that you own what you do? Let me explain. Even if your mom asks you to help her with the kitchen and you never wanted to, either don't do it or close your eyes and tell yourself, I choose to do it. I own to do it. And see, an authentic smile will start coming. Be it your exams, be it a difficulty, if you can start choosing it, if you can start owning it, the authentic smile starts coming. I can tell you a practice to do. And that practice is, I call it wellness happiness. Just check how much wellness happiness you have inside you. Wellness happiness. What is wellness happiness? Happiness without a reason. Can you smile without a reason? Try this time. Believe me, that is youth. That is why I said, if you want me to start and finish, I could have started and finished with the word youth. If you can define youth, you can start and finish. Success is just channelized abundance energy. That is you. That is youth. So what is abundance of energy? I can relish being, my being. Can you relish your being? Because that is something which is going to define lot more things which this spice is going to create. The first thing, the S is for authentic smile. Remember, no matter what you are doing, if the smile while doing it is not authentic, you are cooking the wrong dish. Stop and ask yourself, let me choose, let me own. And you know why? Efforts sometimes make you not smile, grind, crib, whine, because we have not trained our mind well. Nothing. Every time you say something is boring, ask yourself, boring is very healthy. Boring is very good. Sometimes try being boring and see how relaxed your mind becomes if you can be boring. All the time to have that adrenaline rush, to look for a kick, instant gratification, instant pleasure, that has killed our discipline. And that is why when we put in effort, which is a little strenuous, the authentic smile goes for a toss. Practice little boredom. Tell yourself it is okay to delay gratification. It is absolutely fine. Ask yourself, can I create authentic smiles? Then comes P. S P S P I C E. S, authentic smile. Then comes P. Purpose with prosperity. Remember, you live in an era where you are surrounded by an absolute consumerism. So you need purpose, but you need to make sure to convert that purpose in some kind of prosperity. If you have purpose, believe me, prosperity can take a back seat. Always remember, money is a byproduct. Money is not something that is success. Success is purpose. Do you have a purpose? Whatever you do, the girl who was speaking just before me was just talking about her saris. That was the purpose, to make it big. When she was making reels, the purpose was there. Do you have a purpose? An authentic purpose with prosperity. Yes, prosperity comes next, but purpose comes first, but it has to be with prosperity. It must create some kind of prosperity. Now, prosperity can be money, prosperity can be fame. You can see how Facebook has, all these digital platforms have redefined prosperity, because now you don't have to earn money per se, earn money to be prosperous. You can create a huge network if you have a right purpose, and the money will follow, the prosperity will follow. So prosperity is never just money. Prosperity is anything that can prosper. Nowadays, your net worth is decided by your network. If you're able to create a network, you are prosperous. But first thing is smile, authentic smile. Then P is for purpose. C, and the most important thing, impact. Start with a smile, have a purpose with prosperity, and can you create an impact? The most important thing is, do you know what impact are you creating? Why it is so difficult to study when you are studying? Because you see no impact. I wish the way this education system is evolving, somebody starts showing you the impact of what you are studying. The trigonometry that you study, see the impact it creates in your life. The mathematics that you study, the history that you study, nobody tells you. A lot of people ask me, why should I study history? I tell them, you have no idea what kind of an impact history is making on your mind. Can you really realize the impact of your action? The moment the impact of your action is realized by you, it creates a higher self-esteem. And the moment anything starts feeding into your higher self-esteem, your action starts becoming effortless. You will relish whatever you are doing. If you start with an authentic smile, if you have a purpose, that will be prosperity. If you know what impact you are creating, then comes contentment. Believe me, the C is for contentment. The contentment will be very natural. Anything that you are doing and it is not making you contented, either S is not there, or P is not there, or I is not there, only then you have a problem with contentment. Look for contentment, because that is your true success. And last but the most important, E. What is E? E means you are ready to evolve. You are evolving. So if you are evolving with whatever you are doing, if you start with a smile and you are able to evolve what you are doing, forget about anything else. I will say you have succeeded. Now, why people are not able to succeed? People are not able to succeed because they do not put the right mix of spices. Make sure you're putting the right mix of spices. I will conclude by telling you a very small message. Actually, when you're looking for taste, your mind never tells you that you're looking for spices, but you're looking for taste. Same way, every time you're looking for success, you're looking for meaning of life. And that meaning of life comes when you have an impact, and that gives you contentment. So please look for the meaning of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful and very amazingly put together talk. And just a couple of quick questions before we let you go. So our first question is that you often speak about psycho spiritual healing. So how do you balance science and spirituality in your approach without losing the trust of either side?
Science and spirituality are one. If you know, it's just like the hypothesis is spirituality, and when you prove it, then it's a science. The best example is the God particle and the ghost particle. So when Vedanta was talking about it, then it was a hypothesis, you can call it spirituality. Now you can prove it with the material, you call it science. So it's no different. It's absolutely same. Same with psychology and spirituality. If you're on the surface of water, you're talking about psychology. If you're at the bottom of the water, you're talking about spirituality.
This is a very great answer. And we have a question from the chat box, which is that in an age of constant comparison and hustle culture, how would you define a truly successful life?
That's what we have been talking about. If what you do brings authentic smiles to start with, and it ends with an evolution, you are evolving, you are absolutely successful.
Certainly, sir. And sir, what has been one personal moment for your journey that redefined success for you?
When I stopped looking for outer validation, when I knew what I was doing was evolving me, that was my moment.
Yes, sir. So you work with people across cultures. What's one universal myth about success that you believe needs to be unlearned?
Money is success. Money is security. Money is neither security nor success. I have worked with people worth thousands and thousands of crores and not successful. Money is power. That's it.
Okay, sir. And in your experience as a psychologist and life coach, how can someone align their external achievements with internal peace?
Again, what makes the word hashtag inner calling? What is your inner calling? You try different things, and what actually starts aligning with when your efforts are effortless, when you're really relishing something, that means your inner core is aligned with the outer core. But for that to happen, you have to create discipline first, because no matter how much you like a work or a part of a profession, there will be some part of it which your mind will say is boring.
Yes, sir. Great. So, if someone feels stuck or directionless in life, where should they begin their inner journey?
By journaling first, by asking themselves where they are stuck. Because the first, one thing is very interesting. We always are very keen on answers. The most important thing in the life is questions. If your question is authentic and if you can really resonate with your question, answer is just a wee bit away.
So can you elaborate more on, like, if you're talking about journaling, what should we journal that will help shape our uh, emotions and all?
Whatever is troubling you, the problem is emotions come in bucket. So when the emotions come in bucket, we are not able to recognize emotions separately. So you are angry, you are scared, and you desire at the same time. Suppose somebody is having a relationship problem. They will be angry with the same person, they will desire the same person, and they will be scared of losing the same person. So it's coming in a bucket. So if you can separate the emotions, if you can start talking to your emotions, that's the first step towards getting sorted.
Yes, sir. Okay, so one last question. So since you have delivered over 18,000 sessions, and also you have talked to a lot of people, and you have to listen to different people's problems, and you have to give their solutions. So how do you keep your own inner clarity intact while you're helping others find theirs?
So one thing is, I can miss my food, but I never ever miss my morning and evening meditation. Second, I do a lot of pro bono things. That is my food for soul. And third, I every year I go for a month of silence. So that's how I keep myself balanced.
Okay, sir, talking to you was really amazing. Thank you for your inspiring perspectives and very good statements. Now, we'll be moving on to the next segment.
Thank you.
So now, moving on to this is a very powerful depiction of our epic within a dance performance. So now I'd like to present a dance performance to all of you.
का एक ऐसा अध्याय जो आज के युग में भी दोहराया जा रहा है। द्रौपदी चीरहरण। जगत सुंदरी द्रौपदी। क्रूरता की मिसाल दुर्योधन। पांडवों, अब तो तुम अपना राज और ताज भी हार गए हो। बताओ, अब क्या लगाओगे दांव पर? अब हमारे पास कुछ बचा ही नहीं है। हम ये खेल यही समाप्त करते हैं। असंभव! एक अनमोल हीरा अभी भी तुम्हारे पास है। पांचाली द्रौपदी। जीतम जीतम जीतम। जाओ दुशासन, द्रौपदी को घसीटते हुए सभा में ले आओ।
Thank you, Ayushi and Ipshit.
एक ऐसा अध्याय जो आज के युग में भी दोहराया जा रहा है। द्रौपदी चीरहरण। जगत सुंदरी द्रौपदी। क्रूरता की मिसाल दुर्योधन। पांडवों, अब तो तुम अपना राज और ताज भी हार गए हो। बताओ, अब क्या लगाओगे दांव पर? अब हमारे पास कुछ बचा ही नहीं है। हम ये खेल यही समाप्त करते हैं। असंभव! एक अनमोल हीरा अभी भी तुम्हारे पास है, पांचाली द्रौपदी। जीतम जीतम जीतम। जाओ दुशासन, द्रौपदी को घसीटते हुए सभा में ले आओ।
That was a really nice performance. And now, to conclude with this segment of Ideas Worth Spreading, we bring to you a voice that resonates deeply with the theme of redefining success. Last but not the least is a sustainability trailblazer from right here in Varanasi, who took upcycling from a personal habit to a national conversation. Founder of Scrap Shala and featured on Shark Tank India, she brings together art, impact, and eco consciousness with every product. Please welcome Shikha Sha. Ma'am, the floor is all yours.
Hi, can you switch on my camera?
Yes, ma'am, you're visible.
It's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. I am Shikha Sha, founder of organization Scrap Shala, an upcycling brand headquartered in Varanasi. So about 2 months ago, I got invited to my first TEDx talk at Amity University. Honestly, I was extremely nervous. I knew my stage fear would probably show up, and yet I said yes to this talk. And guess what? Just like I had imagined, my fear showed up. I almost froze on stage. The hall was placed with young faces, and I had to ask my organizers to give me clues to continue my TEDx talk. On top of that, I was the very first speaker, which honestly I wasn't ready for. If only I just said to myself, if only I had more time to get comfortable with the stage and warm up my environment. After that talk, I felt pretty bad about how I delivered and performed. I thought, okay, it's not for me. No more TEDx talk, no more stage shows. I'm done and dusted. But then, about a month later, after my first TEDx talk, I got another email inviting me for the second TEDx talk, and this time it was in my hometown, Varanasi. I spent a whole week wondering, did the organizers even watch my first talk? Did they figure out that I had stage fear? And, I just waited for the email and response on the email. And after some follow-ups, I finally said yes. This wasn't the first time I had that kind of fear. I was just as scared as now when I pitched on my Shark Tank India in Mumbai. But somehow I managed to pull it off thanks to my mom's support and knowing that this might be once in a lifetime opportunity. What you see on TV is just a 15-minute edited show, but what happens backstage, nobody actually tells you. I changed my dress multiple times while preparing for Shark Tank backstage. I tripped twice in my heels, I hurt my back from nervousness, and I practiced my pitch till 6 a.m. in the morning. I was so focused on being perfect that I actually forgot to enjoy my moment at Shark Tank. Even after Shark Tank and all the stage time since then, I don't ever feel ready for public talks. Even now, I sometimes ask the universe to cancel the upcoming opportunities because my nerves feel so real. It's not like I suddenly developed stage fear, it's been for years. The moment I realized my body wasn't perfect, the moment I felt my English wasn't as smooth, the moment I was conditioned to believe that your outer appearance matter a lot, the moment I stepped outside my comfort zone, the moment I learned how important the public perception was, I just developed this stage fear. I remember being on stage during my graduation ceremony at Hansraj College and not being able to say my farewell speech. I froze. So, what goes behind, saying yes to such uncomfortable opportunities even after having stage fear? So, I'm going to share with you from my messy, real journey of saying yes, even when I wasn't ready for a lot of these opportunities. What feels so, number one, so what feels like failure to you, others might not even notice. Your fears are invisible to most people. And when you share those fears, you might actually give others strength to realize it too. After my first TEDx talk at Amity, people clapped. They told me they really liked what I said. They even pointed out few of the lines which I had said, even though I felt I had badly messed up. Point number two, you have to embrace failure. Failures don't last forever. Usually, you are the only one who remember them in details. While I was stuck thinking about my failed first TEDx talk, someone else was already planning my next one. Sometimes life throws opportunities at you which you are not even. Failure as a lesson, not as a stop sign. Keep learning, keep going. From Shark Tank to TEDx to several motivational talks, I'm still here, not perfect, but better than before. Fifth, your story isn't just about your worst moments. People admire your journey, people admire your grit, your perseverance, not your so perfect moments. If your story is honest, people will listen, people will watch you. Sixth, vulnerability can be your greatest strength. Trust me when I say this. When I asked for cue cards during my last talk, people got a bit kinder, people got more attentive. When someone loses their words, I myself have waited patiently for them to come back because I know how scary it feels. Point seventh, be careful with self criticism. It can hurt your mind and body. I last year I ended up in hospital with stress ulcers because I pushed myself too hard. Now I'm learning to be kinder to myself. Eighth, stop comparing yourself to others. Everyone is on their own journey and on their own timing. You don't need to get into the rat race. I used to feel intimidated by successful people, but after getting to know them, after talking to them, trust me, if I had to swap my life with any of these successful people, I would still choose mine. Know your limits and ask for help. For this talk, I had decided that if I just in case I fumble and I freeze, I will go and ask the organizers for cue cards. I didn't feel ashamed that with cue cards my people might think that I am not confident or I am not able to deliver my talk. I just wanted to go. I just wanted to do right, and I just wanted to do right delivery, and I wanted to make sure that listeners find worth the time they are spending in here listening to my talk. 10th, figure out what works for you. Some people rehearse endlessly. Some people are impulsive and they act on their gut feeling. During your journey to success, you will understand and become self aware about what really works best for you. So, you really, in my last talk, I rehearsed a lot. And maybe that was one of the reasons, I froze on the stage and I could not, I had to ask for the cue cards because when you do a lot of practicing, you have to be in a flow. If the flow breaks, then you fumble for the next words. So all this I have learned in my in my journey of 10 years of entrepreneurship, 10 years of being on stage, off stage, and knowing what works for me under stressful situations, under relaxed situations. 11th, love yourself now, not the just perfect future picture of you. Back in 2019, when I was in my fittest, I really waited for feel ready to do a lot of things. Now I wish I had embraced my fitter, younger, and healthier self more. Last, you have to trust in universe. You have to keep doing your best and trust the universe. It has greater plans for you. And once you keep doing your best journey will unfold. I'm so relieved that this TEDx talk is recorded, it's online, and I'm not the first speaker. That TEDxMIT was not my last TEDx talk. Today, I feel more aware, more real, and less bothered by fear as I talk to you. And as I finish, I hope you are inspired. You are also inspired to say yes to a lot of uncomfortable opportunities in your life, because sometimes that's where the real success begins. Thank you so much, and I open this to questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. After hearing this, we truly know that people who do struggle speaking can also bring such a big brand and also can come to TEDx talks like this. You have truly like achieved those fears that people in our age are still struggling. So there's this one first question that we would like to ask you. What advice would you give to young entrepreneurs who want to build something meaningful but feel pressured to fit in the like mainstream, but they want to build something different?
So my first advice will be, see, when you do something which is unconventional, which has never been done before, you have to be ready for the backlash. You have to be ready for the criticism more than the usual criticism that comes. So like I said, when you expose yourself to uncomfortable opportunities, you get to know yourself. So you really need to know whether I am a person who can act under pressure, whether I am a person who can take a lot of criticism, whether I am a person who can work without the support of family, friends, and community. So, if you are that person, then, taking entrepreneurship in an unconventional arena would really work for you, because unconventional things take a lot of time to work out. But yes, it has been said that when you take the road less traveled, the rate of success is more. So that is the best advantage of taking the unconventional path.
Yes, ma'am. That answer really was a perfect answer to this. Also, our next question is that what challenges have you faced in promoting upcycling and conscious consumption in a market that is still largely driven by this fast fashion and convenience?
So we have really spent a lot of initial years in educating people by doing workshops, by holding talks, by holding interactions, and we still do it. Education is main strategy of our marketing, because like you asked before, when you do something unconventional, when we talk about upcycling, which is pretty much not a priority for people right now in India. It takes a lot of effort to create a pull in the market for such kind of products. Education has to be your primary focus. I mean, when GST was launched in India, when demonetization happened in India, nobody was happy, because people, got scared. It was beyond the normal. People just felt what is happening, and whenever you move people beyond their normal habits or societal conditioning, they get very uncomfortable, and a lot of them try to resist it by criticizing it. So, that's what happens when you launch something which is not right now a mainstream thing. So, be it upcycling, be it sustainability, or be it anything which has a larger vision and which might not be which might not be the area of focus right now, will take a lot of effort. But like if your vision is clear and if you know that what you're doing is a futuristic thing, it will definitely work out.
Before moving to more factual questions, I would really like to ask you that you just said that we have to have a clear purpose and clear goal. When did it take you? When did it click your mind that you have to do this upcycling and environmental activist work, but also create a business out of it? How did you even come up with this idea? This is very unique to come up with.
See, honestly, upcycling has been a age-old thing. Like we have seen our grandmothers, great-grandmothers reusing things and making the best. The only difference was that decades back it was practiced to save money and not with the angle of sustainability. People didn't have so much resources, so they tried to make the best of the resources which they had. And today it is being practiced because it is the requirement, current requirement of the moment with climate change happening, with our landfills, rivers, the forest full of trash. We really need to look at trash as a resource rather than looking at it as waste. So that's how this idea came to me. I saw India. I have traveled at a lot of places in India, and uh, I've traveled to big cities, small cities, and I could see that waste was something which was being generated in huge quantities, and our public infrastructure, infrastructure right now is not ready to handle so much of waste. So I picked up few categories which were regularly being generated and which were easier to standardize. And we started with 500 beer bottles, and we started converting them into valuable products like home decor products, utility planters, and we tested it in market, and we saw there was a great pull. And then Swachh Bharat Abhiyan got launched in India, which was the right timing to launch such a initiative. So a lot of things worked out for us. And lastly, my mother, who had been a practitioner of upcycling, not because she believed a lot in sustainability. Like I said, that in older generations, people reused things because they wanted to take out the maximum value out of a resource. So I had seen her upcycling, being creative since I was a child. So I thought that my mother could be a perfect fit for this venture. And this she being a housewife all her life, she will also get a place to express her creativity and probably create a valuable product line for the future generations.
And that was much of an inspirational story that we really wanted to hear from you. That was the perfect answer, ma'am. Also, we wanted to know that Scrap Shala tells stories through every upcycled piece. So, how important do you think that storytelling in building an emotional connection between your product and your customer is important? Like we know that your venture started off as a resource building impact and foundation. But do you think the storytelling and inspiring people for this upcycling in this very profitable world, do you think how much importance has it already held in your business? And how did you even communicate this and make this a connection between other customers?
See, like I said earlier, also it's all interconnected. When your idea is new, when people don't know that a new service or a product is launched, they really want to understand what is the use case of this product or service. And our millennials, Gen X, Gen Z is primarily driven by purpose-driven brands. Like a lot of us are not able to do social work in our daily lives because we are caught up with our job, work, family life. So, people like to indirectly contribute to the society by purchasing from purpose-driven brands, where indirectly they can, impact lives of people and impact environment positively. So, unless and until, you do the storytelling of how a purchase will impact community or positively impact the environment, it is going to be very difficult for a brand which is impactful. Like when you create like for our venture, our competitors are all the major home decor brands, lifestyle brands. It's not just sustainability brands who are our competitors. So to fight, to have our product and to fight with such big giants, you really need to tell out your story.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have been such an inspiration to us today. It
Thank
was nice to have you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, ma'am. We will be moving on to the next segment, and we were so grateful to have you.
Most
Before,
welcome.
thank you, ma'am. Before we bring this incredible journey and incredible stories to a close, it's my honor to invite someone without whom none of this would have been possible, a constant source of support, vision, and encouragement. Please join me in welcoming the Principal Sunbeam English School Bhagwanpur, Miss Prerna Sharma, to propose the vote of thanks.
Jai Hind to all the respected dignitaries and esteemed guests. It is my immense pleasure and absolute honor to witness such a remarkable edition of TEDx Sunbeam. Pleasure and absolute honor to witness such a remarkable edition of TEDx Sunbeam Bhagwanpur. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all distinguished speakers who took the stage and presented an expansive spectrum of insights across art education, grassroots activism, and social entrepreneurship. Your stories were truly inspiring, rich with challenges, authenticity, and purpose. Last year, we dared to imagine a world beyond boundaries. This year, we have taken that spirit one step further by journeying beyond those very boundaries, where we explore the idea of redefining success. This leap invites us to rethink what it truly means to achieve, to make a difference, and to lead a life rooted in purpose. I would also like to sincerely thank my entire student organizing committee, the curation team, the design team, the tech team, and all event crew members and coordinators who contributed tirelessly to making this event a grand success. No matter how small the red dot may be, the effort behind it is monumental. Moving forward, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude and thank our wonderful audience, those present here and those joining us virtually. And of course, I remain deeply grateful to TEDx and its global network for providing school like ours with the platform to host such a visionary and innovative event. Let us leave this forum not only inspired, but also ready to take action, embracing challenges, building bridges, and continuing to think beyond boundaries. Thank you once again, and Jai Hind. Jai Hind to all the respected dignitaries and esteemed.
Thank you, ma'am. Your words never fail to support and inspire us, especially as we're near to the end of this event.
To give you a fitting farewell, we now invite Avni Gujarati, our licensee, to conclude on behalf of the TEDxYouth Sunbeam Bhagwanpur team.
Well, with that, we conclude this chapter of TEDxYouth Sunbeam Bhagwanpur. These talks were not just speeches, they were invitations. Invitations to think deeper, to live more fully, and most of all, to define success on our own terms. Before we close, I would like to take a moment to share something from my heart. This event, this experience, did not just happen overnight. It was the result of countless hours of planning, passion, and teamwork. And though we faced our fair share of challenges and had our ups and downs, what truly mattered was how everyone came together to make this day unforgettable. Thank you all, our incredible speakers, for your courage, your vulnerability, and your words. You lit up the stage and gave us all something to carry forward. You were the event itself. And of course, a special thanks to our mentors and teachers. Your quiet support, your guidance, and endless patience behind the scenes made every step smoother. To our school admins, support staff, and everyone who believed in this vision from day one. Thank you for giving us the space to dream big and the trust to make it real. And of course, to the team. What a ride it has been. From sleepless nights to last minute script changes, from tech runs to coffee fueled brainstorming, you all brought your best. And it truly showed. This was more than just an event. It was a collaboration, a celebration of voices, a moment of collective purpose. Thank you all for being part of TEDxYouth SunbeamBhagwanpur 3.0. We are deeply grateful for you, and we hope you leave here just a little more inspired than when you walked in. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep doing, and keep spreading ideas that matter. Thank you. See you at the next edition of TEDxYouth Sunbeam Bhagwanpur.